Oh God, I
Sorry,
do.
Beth.
I'm sorry. Let me
We're
work
live,
on it.
guys.
Sorry.
Okay, welcome everyone.
All right. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for being here with us. We have a big program ahead of us, and we look forward to having our people join us. I will just start by saying that yesterday I had a conversation with a fellow parent of my daughter, and we were talking about Gaza, and one of the responses from the people is that, oh, it's very complicated. My answer was, genocide is never complicated. Genocide is very simple. Children need to be protected. Children and their families need to have food, need to have security, need to have shelter. Doctors need their hospitals, they need their antibiotics, their oxygen. And what needs to happen in Gaza is Israel needs to stop dropping the bombs. Israel should be prevented from getting aid, and medical missions should be in. It is inhumane to shrug shoulders and say, it's complicated, look away and do nothing. This is not a failure of medicine, this is a failure of conscience and a failure of humanity. The same thing goes for Sudan, for Congo, for Tigray, for Rohingya. Anywhere there is a genocide, it is not okay to shrug the shoulders and say it's complicated. And I say this to everyone that I know who gave me this answer. That's not even a half answer. So, very upsetting. But that is why we all need to work together to keep raising awareness, keep putting this message out so that no one can say, well, I just said it's complicated and no one answered me with what exactly to say in face of genocide. Today we will have a big panel of very important speakers, and we already have about 150 attendees, and we are waiting for more people join us throughout the 4 hours. We will start with Munder Abu Rabi from Beit Lahia. He will be joined with a medical student who is from Beit Lahia. And this medical student is somebody that we are fully supporting emotionally and everything. And we want to hear from her. We hopefully will have Dr. Fadel Naim from Al Ahli Hospital, one of the last remaining hospitals in north of Gaza. We will also have, hopefully, Dr. Nada Abu Rob, who joined us last weekend, and Dr. Ben Thompson, who will give us accounts from Gaza, because both of them are on missions there. We have Philippe Patizi, who is the general manager of a French word, Central Medical Afia Utah in Goma, in Democratic Republic of Congo, who will tell us about the situation on the ground in Goma, where a genocide is raging there and where Doctors Against Genocide is building connections to help the communities there. Finally, Dr. Asfiya Kader is here with us, who is a cherished member of our medical community, and she will speak to us about her recent publication on the global repression of healthcare and the connections that she has investigated and that are very important for us to learn about so that we are better advocates for our academic freedom and our advocacy against genocide. Thank you, everyone. And we can start with Munder, who can tell us what is happening for the community from Beit Lahia, what is happening in Gaza, and what is happening to Bisan as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Good evening from south of Gaza, Deir al-Balah. Me and Bisan, the medical student, just sitting next to me. She is unable to download the Zoom program, as my internet or our internet signal is not really good. So the most important thing that we are still alive, and thanks God. Today is Sunday, 5th of October 2025, and we have a hope to get a ceasefire before 10th of October 2025, because we are following the news that Trump, he will get the Nobel Prize in that day. So we believe and we still have a hope that he will do it time, not because of Palestinian, not because of Gaza people, not because he want to solve the issue, but because he want to get this prize. So that is my opinion. That is the people opinion in Gaza. And that's why we are very optimistic, because we believe that he will do it this time. At least we get a ceasefire to get some rest. And that's happened in when he went for an election starting this year in January 20. So so far we can feel that the bomb is reducing at the moment, as starting from last night until now we still have bombs, but we can differentiate between the previous days and starting from yesterday and today. We can feel that the bombs become little bit slower, or little bit the number of it is decreasing. So we can feel that as we are in the ground. And but they're still bombing in Gaza City. They are focusing on Gaza City. Hopefully the war will be stopped by starting uh, after a few days from now, after a few hours, because every minute's count. And we are about to get 2 years war, uh, starting from 7th of October 2013, and after tomorrow will be 7th of October 2025. And this date, it will be a very important date, for not for the Gaza, that will be for the world. This date will change the world. Everybody monitoring what will happen. We will get a ceasefire or stopping the war, or we will complete the war. And if we want to complete the war, many countries also will join to this war. That's what we believe. We believe in a ceasefire to get more war. In the same time, as a Palestinian who is living in Gaza, I believe that will be a ceasefire in upcoming days, not because as a Palestinian, not because of us, that will because to release the hostages. And this is a very good time to achieve the peace, for Trump to get the Nobel Prize, in the same time to release the hostages, and for us to get some rest, to get some checking coming to Gaza, to get some tracks coming to Gaza. So that will be an opportunity for us to take some rest. For us also, many people want to leave Gaza, for example, for medication, or to just leave. And this is, I think that will be, it is not a good idea to evacuate and leave Gaza. But in the same time, we don't have any other option. So far, we are surviving. The war still there, and they are still bombing. In the same time, we have a hope. In every single minute is different. Every single minute there is a change, and hopefully this time it will work for Trump and for the war. All of the world are monitoring what will happen next in upcoming hours. We are talking about a very critical 48 hours starting from now, and hopefully that will be a successful negotiation in Egypt, in Qatar, or in any countries that having a negotiation. So that is the situation in general in Gaza, in terms of what people looking or thinking in Gaza. Uh, in terms of food, I want to talk about food and the tracks. There are many tracks coming to Gaza all the time. I'm repeating the same sentence. We have so many food these days, but the problem is we don't have money to buy the food. So uh, starvation is still there, and many people, they can't afford, as we are almost 2 years of cumulative genocide happening in Gaza.
Munder,
That is the situation.
I heard that the number of trucks this month and last month went down a lot. So it's not as
Yeah,
many as it was in August. In August there was enough trucks, but it's going to merchants. But in September and October, the number of trucks is much less.
we can feel that more tracks coming, more tracks
Oh, okay.
coming. I want to differentiate. I just want to give you this difference, my brother, that 1 kilo of wheat flour, if you ask me 50 days ago, for 1 kilo of wheat flour, I can say almost 40 US dollar. If you ask me the same question for today, it costs only for $1.
Yeah.
$1 to $40 per kilo of wheat flour. So we can differentiate between the price of wheat flour, and that's also not only for wheat flour, for the sugar, for the rice, almost the same. For the cigarette, the people who's smoking these days, they allow the cigarette to come. So as a Palestinian, or the Palestinian Gazan who's staying here in Gaza, now they can manage to buy or to get some
Okay.
food, but in the same time, we still have many families they can't afford to buy. So that is the situation. I'm talking about uh, the majority of people, they don't have any income. So that's the reason why we are still have starving people and still have the problem. The problem is not solving until we get a ceasefire and stop the war. That's the situation in general, my brother.
So, can you tell us about the initiative that you did last week? I think we worked together, and how did you manage to buy the fresh fruits and vegetables? How expensive is
Yeah,
it, and how many people benefited from it, if you don't mind?
the fresh vegetables coming from, mostly coming from Israel. I mean, they coming through the borders, so they allow most of the vegetables nowadays available in the market, but the prices is still expensive. That's the reason many families, they can't afford to buy that. So I managed to feed, or to help 70 families. I managed to make 70 parcel of vegetables. It is the fresh vegetables. For example, the apple also, it is available, but 1 kilo of apple, it costs like $10. And 1 kilo of potato, it is available also, and it come from Israel, and also cost around $10. For eggplant, it's made here. I mean, it's produced in Gaza. So that will be less because it's made in Gaza and it's produced locally. So almost $6 per kilo. And for the other stuff, also mostly from Gaza, as Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah, we are still have some farms. Even I am living at the moment in Deir al-Balah, where there's some farms still working and still can get some food from here. So that is, I managed to feed 70 families, 70 parcel of fresh vegetables. The cost is a very big high, but in the same time, to see the smile or to feed the families, that's really a big achievement for me, and for to look on the children when they try the first time to get vegetables. That's really a big achievement for me, and and we really appreciate your support for sponsoring this project to make it done, and hopefully we can make more projects to feed other families in upcoming days. It keep changing, my brother. The prices get decreasing so far, and I can say there is more trucks coming to Gaza. In terms of, also, we have a problem, especially these days, with charging our mobile phone. For example, today is very easy. I charge my phone 30%. So hopefully I can complete, me and Bisan, to complete this conversation before cutting the battery, as the haze not allow us to charge our mobile phone. So we make this is the biggest challenge for us to charge our mobile phones to be connected with the world. So that is one of the most challenge for us. For me, I can stop eating, I can stop drinking, but I can't stop connecting to the world to see what is going on in the news, because I'm following the news every minute by minute. But sometimes when my son Faraj or my daughter took the phone, so they just finished the battery, I become like crazy. So that is my situation. For me, I just told them to go to our neighbor to make this conversation. Otherwise, they will start fighting. As last time, they will start fighting, and they want to take my mobile phone to watch YouTube or to play games on my mobile phone. So that is the situation in terms of our challenges so far. My challenge is to charge my mobile phone to be connected to the world, to see what is going on, because without internet we will never see what will happen, or what next will happen, or what is going on in the news. That is in terms of my problem. My problem is charging my mobile phone, getting a signal, and connected to the world, to the internet. And I believe sharing my story, sharing my message to the world is the most important thing, to tell them what is going on in Gaza.
So, Munzer, you're saying that there is some food available there, but the prices that you mentioned, like $10 a kilogram of vegetable, that's like 3, 4 times the price of the United States for to provide
That's
this for
right. But
people in Gaza.
if
Yeah,
you ask me
I
this
know, but
question,
I know, Munzer, what you're saying. But I mean, for people who have been undergoing genocide for 2 years and they have no income and no money, that is still not accessible to the regular person, and that's why even the fact that the prices are much better than what it was a month or 2 months ago when there was complete blockade, these prices are still not affordable by the regular average citizen who has no money at all. And the problem is Israel did not allow any UN or any NGO to get food in for free yet, not a single truck that goes to
yeah,
the for free, which is really what we need. It's not just, bringing food for the merchants to sell at $10 a kilogram of vegetable. The regular average person in Gaza cannot afford that. So what needs to be done is to allow all the NGOs, all the UN, organized or aligned NGOs to provide unfettered humanitarian aid and medical aid to the people there at no cost at all, because people in Gaza don't have the money. I know many organizations like us and many others try to do initiatives here and there, help here and there, but this is just a drop in the pocket. You can help 50 families, 100 families, 200 families, 500 families, 1,000 families, but you're talking about 2 million people. So whatever help we can get, it's still very minimal. And the problem is the people who need the help most have no access. We have no access to them, and they have no access to us. We are lucky to have you. You are, good at connecting with us and with other people outside. But many people in Gaza do not have, unfortunately, this ability to connect. And as we know, there is still 500,000 people in the Gaza city itself who are completely disconnected from the world. So even if you want to send them money, it's not going to help. So now you have Bisan with you. Bisan is a medical student who is displaced with Munzer in the camp. They are from Beit Lahia, which is the northest town in Gaza, and they have been displaced many times. Last month they were in Gaza City at the port. Now they had to be displaced again. Now they're in Deir Balah. We want to hear from Bisan and her story.
yeah, yeah.
Uh, the fact
So
that
she gonna share her story.
she has not been able to go to
بدك
school,
تحكي لنا
register
قصة
school, because she had no money to.
عندنا صوت
Are you there?
مشان ما بالعربي. Yeah, yes, she's with you at the moment.
اهلا وسهلا
مرحبا.
بسام، حمدنا
بس
اهلين.
على الصوت.
كيف حالك دكتور رضا؟ شو أخبارك؟
Alhamdulillah, أهلين بسان. تفضلي. Tell us more about you and about your family, about the school, بسان, please.
اوكي تمام.
علي الصوت. Go ahead. She's a little bit shy, but it's okay. It works. No worries.
بسان, you're a fourth year medical student?
انه انت السنه الرابعه.
ولا
Yes.
fourth year, okay. And
انت السنه الرابعه جامعه.
which university do you go to?
الأزهر University.
Al-Azhar University. And you have not been able to register because you do not have the tuition, the money to pay for the university?
بحكي لك انه انت مش قادره تدفعي الفلوس للجامعه.
صحيح.
Okay.
Yes.
And how do you go to school? I know the Azhar was destroyed. How do the medical students in Gaza manage to still go to school?
بحكي لك انه
Despite the fact that
الجامعه
the school
اليوم
was destroyed?
الجامعات اليوم كلها تدمرت. كيف انت ممكن تروح على السكول على الجامعه؟ على
أنا بدرس أونلاين.
ايوه هاي الكلمات احكيها له. على صوتك.
أنا حاليا بدرس أونلاين عن طريق الإنترنت طبعا.
So
إحنا يعني بننزل المحاضرات وبنتابع مع الدكاترة أونلاين، ما بنروحش على الجامعات بسبب الوضع الميداني وأوضاع الحرب. طبعا إحنا نزحنا يعني من غزة،
تقدر
وكل
تحكيها
جامعاتنا في غزة كانت في
بالانجليزي
الشمال.
بسان، تقدر تحكيهم بالانجليزي هدول؟
تقدر تحكيهم بالانجليزي يعني مثلا كلمات بسيطه، يعني استخدم كلمات بسيطه.
I am studying online with my college.
اها.
مش عارفة أقول بس.
So you download the lectures from online and you study on your own.
بابا خليني اعرف اتكلم. بابا خليني اعرف اتكلم. ليش جيت انت؟
كمان يا منذر ايش بيحكي؟
سامك يا اختي.
هو حكى بس أنا ما سمعتش حكى.
So you download the lectures online and you try to study
تحكي
whenever
انه
you get connection, yes?
احكي لك انه يعني بتنزلي كل المحاضرات عن الانترنت
Yes, yes.
Bisan, you told me last week that many times you cannot even if you pay for the tuition, you cannot do it because you don't have the connection all the time. You cannot download the
انه
lecture.
بحكي لك معظم الوقت انه الانترنت بيكون مقطوع.
أنا بذهب للكافيتريات في بعض الأحيان، يعني بقطع شوية مسافات بعيدة عشان أقدر أنزل محاضراتي. وطبعا يعني إلي من حد ما نزحت من غزة لحتى الآن ما طلعتش نهائيا، ومتوقفة شوية عن الدراسة بسبب الوضع، يعني بس الوضع المادي والوضع الميداني.
So you have not been able to study lately because of the situation. You have no access to the internet. When you were in the city of Gaza, you were able to go to a coffee shops that has some internet connection, and you managed to stay up to date with school. But since the new displacement, you have not been able to do it. Plus, also the fact that you don't have the money to pay the tuition. So you have been disconnected from school in the last couple of months. Okay.
بحكي لك انه انت كنت
Are you there, Munder? Okay. I think in the meantime, we can go back to Munder and Bisan. In the meantime, we are lucky to be
Fine.
connected. Are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, we are still here, brother. We are still here. She can hear you, but as I told you, she's a little bit shy, and she is from Beit Lahia. That is mean she is unfamiliar how to use internet. Even she is uh, a medical student. In the same time, she is trying to be connected to the internet to see the world, to see what is going on in this world, and she's trying. We will make it happen. We will make it work for her, and we are trying to make her not to be shy, to tell her story, to describe what happened in the previous day for the last 2 years, and you can help me with that to share her story, and she is representing many medical students in Gaza.
Yes.
And even today, they bombed the complete bombing Al-Azhar University. That's mean no more Al-Azhar Universities buildings. Physically, Al-Azhar University totally has been destroyed, but in the same time, it is still working, as the internet can make it done if she can attend the lectures through online. So online is still working, but physically there is no more Al-Azhar University or even Islamic universities or even education at all in Gaza. But we are still have a hope that the internet can give us a chance to be connected to complete our further study.
Yes, thank you, Manzir. Thank you for bringing this up. We all know that Al Azhar University and all universities in Gaza have been destroyed the last year and the year before. It seems there was very small remaining building of Al Azhar University, and the genocidal forces of Israel managed to destroy it completely today. For the sake of time, before we lose Dr. Ben Thompson, Dr. Ben Thompson, our colleague from Canada, are proud of you. He managed to get into Gaza for his second mission. He's at Al Nasser Hospital now. We want to hear from Ben and from Iyad also more updates about the situation there. Ben, if you please introduce yourself. We want to tell you thank you. I know. Go ahead.
Maysa has his bio, so she
Okay,
will.
go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mesa, go ahead, introduce him, please.
لا مش
Mundir, can you? Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Maysa.
great. Thanks so much, Ben, for joining. Ben has just actually been able to re-enter Gaza. We're grateful for him to be there, for his safety, of course, and being with our medical doctors in Gaza. Ben is an internal medicine and nephrology doctor from Canada. He has been volunteering in Gaza since 2013. He's also been involved in setting up medical education programs in Gaza and the West Bank. He lives in Toronto, where I also live. Where he was also suspended from his job for advocacy and intends to continue to speak out and never be quiet, even as Israel bombs the hospital he's working at in Gaza at the moment. Until the genocide, occupation, and apartheid are done, all of us should continue to yell. This is something that Ben just shared with me. Fight and scream and do everything until the genocidal forces are out. Thank you, Ben. We agree with you, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thanks.
Salam alaikum. Thank you so much for the chance to meet with you from Gaza, from Al-Aqsa Hospital this evening. Much love and respect for the amazing work that Doctors Against Genocide have been doing since the beginning of the genocide. And thank you so much for your words, Munther. We're so lucky to have you and Ayad and other local Palestinian voices to hear really what's happening on the ground from Palestinians. Now, as odd as it is for me to characterize the frequency of bombing as a positive, I do confirm what Munther was saying, that when I was at Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis earlier today, there were fairly regular bombing episodes most of the day in that area in Khan Yunis, but the frequency significantly decreased towards the end of the day. So by the time we left at about 4 o'clock, there had been none for a couple hours. I'm quite hopeful that this genocide will end, very much like the locals who are wanting a sustainable ceasefire. I hope that the prior breaking of the ceasefire conditions that Israel has repeatedly done will be a thing of the past, and that a sustainable, real ceasefire can be reached. Now, it's call to prayers. I'm not sure if you can hear it. It's quite beautiful in the background.
I hear it from Nablus, Ben. I'm in Palestine as well.
Ben,
Beautiful, beautiful.
Ben,
Yeah,
Ben, would it help if we put up a map for Gaza so you can show where
yeah,
you are and so
absolutely.
get the orientation?
Yeah,
Just one
absolutely.
second.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be great. Maysa, can
Yeah.
you share it?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Excellent. So you can see that I'm currently stationed in Deir al-Balah at Al-Aqsa Hospital, where I've been spending most of the time since I arrived. However, I'm spending a couple days in Khan Yunis, where Nasser Hospital is. Nasser Hospital was one of two subspecialty pediatric hospitals before the genocide began. Of course, Rantizi Hospital in the Gaza City area. That hospital is no longer functional and has been evacuated. But I did want to mention, I've been to Gaza once already during this genocide. I'm here now. I'm not a surgeon and I'm not an emergency room doctor, so my experience differs quite significantly from some of the healthcare providers that have previously been to Gaza during the genocide. That said, my experience still confirms really that patients are dying preventable deaths, and that these preventable deaths reflect destruction of civilian life and targeting of healthcare infrastructure by the genocidal forces of Israel. The first patient I saw here actually died of a cardiac arrest. And normally we would think, oh, it's a cardiac arrest that has nothing to do with genocide, but quite the contrary. We did 13 minutes of CPR. This patient ultimately died. But his story really started 2 weeks before when he was forced to leave northern Gaza. He got to Gaza City where he discovered that he needed to start dialysis. He was soon displaced to the center zone, or Deir al-Balah, and was incredibly emaciated and weak. Within minutes of starting dialysis, he was unresponsive, and it was very clear that when I started CPR, when we do CPR on patients, we're always told and learn that good CPR can sometimes break ribs, but he was so emaciated and malnourished that I literally felt every compression was destroying this frail man. So he ultimately died. That was my first patient, and he was really a victim of multiple episodes of displacement, forced starvation, and ultimately, I think that is probably what caused his death ultimately. Most of the patients, or at least many of them, many more than I've ever seen anywhere, and I've worked in areas that have been faced with starvation. Most of them here are emaciated. I've seen about 300 patients with kidney disease since I've been here. I've learned of many who have died directly as a result of displacement or famine. Patients who have been waiting for potentially life-saving surgeries, forced to be displaced, ultimately die on their way during displacement because of their inability to access healthcare services, which have been targeted and destroyed. 2 patients last week died in this way, that they were waiting for urgent vascular surgery procedures. Both of them died when they were displaced from Rantizi to Shifa Hospital and subsequently to where I am at Al-Aqsa Hospital. They were meant to get to Al-Aqsa Hospital and be seen, and ultimately they died before they reached us. Those are 2 that I know about. So we can imagine I am just one healthcare provider in hundreds. And, that means there's hundreds, if not thousands of patients experiencing what are preventable deaths that are precipitated due to forced starvation, forced migration, and genocide. Most of the patients I'm seeing are lucky to have 1 meal a day. It's typically donated by a non-government organization. As someone who sees a lot of patients with heart disease and kidney disease, a big part of my practice in Canada has always been providing dietary advice. I've stopped doing that here. It seems so shallow and impossible given people here are simply eating what and when they can. Who am I to tell them what they should and shouldn't be eating when they have such limited access to anything? Munther touched on this a little bit. People here are certainly hopeful for a ceasefire. From experience, we know that Israel usually does not follow the conditions of ceasefires. And also that prior to any ceasefire, Israel typically accelerates bombings before any anticipated or agreed upon scheduled ceasefire. So to no surprise, yesterday there was quite a lot of bombing. Al-Aqsa Hospital, the outpatient clinical area was bombed. All of us were actually in the hospital a few days ago. There were at least 3 deaths in that bombing. One man actually, his legs were transected and he ended up in the emergency room where he soon after died. Um, and that's very typical as we approach ceasefires. So I anticipate that even though we saw a little bit of a slowdown today, I wouldn't be surprised, if that's something that we're just lucky to experience today and that it's a different day tomorrow. I was in Nasser Hospital today. So on the map, that's actually in the southern region in Khan Yunis. I was there today, and probably about every 30 minutes, we heard or felt bombing. Most of them today were tank shellings. It did kind of stop around 4 o'clock, and I'm not sure there's been any since because we drove back to Al-Aqsa Hospital at that point. Munter talked about this a little bit, but there is some food entering markets the last few days, but prices are simply unaffordable. So just give you, when I was in the supermarket a few days ago, a standard 500-gram bag of coffee costs about 40 US dollars, and it was 10 times the price a couple weeks ago. Gasoline and diesel are just prohibitively expensive. So for transportation, what we're seeing is most people are using either donkey carts to get from one part of town to the next, or alternatively, you're seeing cars that are really not safe to be on the road carrying a wagon with people literally falling off the side of it, as a taxi of sorts. The tuk-tuks, which previously held food and would be a great mechanism to drive into town, and one person on the tuk-tuk would be usually yelling on an intercom or yelling what was on the tuk-tuk. There's no food on it, so now that's often also being used for people transport as well. The destruction of civilian architecture, it's truly profound. I entered on September, like there were 2 delegation dates that were actually forbidden to enter in mid-September. So I came in with 3 delegations came in all at the same time. So it's a very large delegation. We didn't actually enter through Allenby Bridge, which is the typical entry point that was closed. So we entered through the Jordan River crossing. Ultimately, we did go through Rafah. Now, I've seen this area multiple times on my previous trips to Gaza. Oftentimes the region where you enter, there's previously have been some very old, beautiful stone houses. There's a couple apartment buildings that have been there. All of those are gone. So if you imagine in a movie what you would see after a nuclear bomb, that's essentially what Rafah is. Dust, pure dust. I was quite shocked on the way in. I didn't really understand, and a couple locals had to explain it to me. As we were driving, other than dust, complete decimation of civilian architecture, the other thing I thought was pretty odd was there were actually bags of food aid on the road. And what I later learned is that the area that we were driving through was controlled by Abu Shabab and gangs supported by Israel, who largely attack food trucks or aid trucks, and often loot the contents of the trucks. So some of it ends up on the ground. I want to tell you about 2 patients that I saw. I think these 2 patients will explain to you the situation here better than any facts or data that I can share with you. The first is a 19-year-old boy who went to a Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid site with his brother-in-law. He was there to get aid for his parents and 3 sisters. While he was awaiting for aid, he was shot in the shoulder with a bullet that's well known in Gaza. Locals call it a bomb bullet. A bomb bullet basically separates once it hits you, and it blows up into multiple fragments that spread in your body in an unpredictable pattern. Because of the way in which this boy Ahmed's fragments spread, Ultimately, he had a fracture of 4 thoracic vertebrae, his brachial plexus, so he essentially lost all function in his right arm, and he's now paraplegic from the waist down. He was admitted to the intensive care unit, but because the CAT scanner isn't in the Al-Aqsa hospital, he had to wait 4 days to get a CAT scanner of his spine before they discovered he actually had 4 fractured vertebrae and a large bullet fragment that's still lodged in one of his thoracic spine. There isn't a spinal neurosurgeon here. There used to be, but there isn't anymore. They don't have equipment or supplies to stabilize a spine. And requests to evacuate men of military age, and military age starts at 16 here. So anyone age 16 to 64 who's male simply doesn't get approved for evacuation for additional care. So any hope that this 19-year-old boy would have been saved from being permanently paraplegic has been lost due to the conditions imposed by the Israeli genocidal forces. Going to talk to you about the second patient I saw and just finish on that because it really exhibits the spirit and beauty and courage of the Palestinian people in so many ways, but also the suffering, the profound and excessive suffering. I met a woman named Zara, 73-year-old woman who actually had been living in northern Gaza, the most northern part of Gaza, and she was in her home when it was bombed. Most of her family members were killed instantly. She was under the rubble for 2 days before the very heroic civilian workers came and pulled her out of the rubble. She and one of her sons survived. Unfortunately, when she was pulled out from under the rubble 2 days after the bombing, she had an open fracture, which meant that part of the long bone in the lower part of her leg was sticking out of her skin. So clearly this woman needed to get to a hospital very soon, needed to have some kind of surgical procedure to fix her leg. And in fact, both of the bones in the lower leg were broken. She ultimately realized there weren't any hospitals that she could get to in the north. The hospitals in her region have all been destroyed. So she walked. And I say she walked, and you say, how on earth did she walk with a broken leg? Well, she walked. So she and her son intermittently carrying her while she was in complete agony with her open fracture of her leg, walked to Shifa Hospital. That journey in a car can take a couple hours. You can imagine it took her almost 3 days with her leg broken. When she arrived to Shifa Hospital, she discovered that she actually needed urgent dialysis in addition to her surgery. So they gave her urgent dialysis first, and by the time that was done, she learned from...
Ben, why do you think she needed urgent dialysis?
I think she probably had a severe crush injury that was not diagnosed, and she probably developed what's called rhabdomyolysis.
Exactly.
Lots of people in injuries in which their houses land on a part of them crush the tissue to the point where the tissues, when they're released, cause obstruction to the tubules of the kidney in a process called rhabdomyolysis. This unfortunately is a very common injury in Gaza. Now, she ended up getting the urgent dialysis in Shifa, but then the Israeli genocidal forces came to the hospital and instructed patients to leave. So the surgery that she should have had on her leg again had to be delayed. She and her son managed to find a wheelchair in the Shifa hospital, and her son wheeled her in the wheelchair down to the hospital I'm working at currently, which is Al-Aqsa Hospital. So when I first met her, she was in the dialysis unit with an open fracture with her leg still sticking out of her bone. Now, she actually wasn't in agony. I think at that point, she was either in so much shock or she had just sort of started to develop a sense of humor about it, because when I looked at her and talked to her, what she said is, I've kind of got used to it. Maybe we should just leave it alone. And she literally just smiled at me about it. And, you know, to be honest, I wanted to cry for her, and I felt that the way she was responding to it, she was supporting me. It's you know, the power of the Palestinian people. It's unprecedented. Um, but ultimately this is a war on humanity. No peace that has ever been secured by the Trump administration can be a lasting peace until the genocidal government of Israel is isolated, shamed, arrested, and imprisoned for their horrific crimes. Justice has to include peaceful and principled peaceful resistance, but also principled violent resistance that is consistent with international humanitarian law. It's time that our leaders around the world say it, rather than these hollow statements of acknowledging statehood, which, let's be honest, it's not as if somehow someone just decided that Palestinians have a right to self-determination. This is something that is theirs by international humanitarian law, and we should not have to tell them that it's theirs. It's theirs. No, I don't want to wait any further. I saw on the speaker schedule that Dr. Fadl Naim was going to speak, and I have so much love and respect for this man. We actually sat together in September 2023 at the Islamic University of Gaza medical school graduation. He's one of the first physicians I met in Gaza in 2013, still one of the many Gaza healthcare professionals I know who shows dignity, humanity, kindness, and faith in the face of great challenges. So, inshallah, Fadl, I hope to have another meal with you soon by the ocean. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Thompson. So thank you again for your sacrifice. I know you worked hard to be able to get in the second time, and you even have to sue them to be able to get in. Dr. Naim is still at work, so we're hoping for him to finish his work soon and join us. But before you go, since you are a nephrologist and you mentioned the rhabdo, so all these injuries that we hear on the news, many of them are, explosive injuries and crush injuries. And we know in medicine, crush injuries, especially if people are not able to be evacuated right away, leads to a lot of cases of rhabdomyolysis that leads to acute kidney failure. And
Mhm.
acute kidney failure, maybe in Canada, in the United States, is something you can deal with dialysis and treat it. And many times it can be reversible if you treat it early on. But when you're talking about a situation, a place like Gaza, that more than 60% of the dialysis units in Gaza have been destroyed, even the existing patients on hemodialysis are not able to get their dialysis. This adds a huge load of need on the nephrologist and dialysis unit, stuff like that. I mean, how are people? I mean, how many new cases of chronic kidney disease now, chronic kidney failure, is Gaza, having now? Because people
Mhm.
are treated, appropriately or early enough, not put on dialysis, not treated the right way. And with the huge numbers, daily hundreds of people are being crushed or injured every day.
Mhm. Mhm.
Can you just shed more light on the impact of this, please, from the nephrology?
No, absolutely. And I can talk about that a little bit because part of the reason I'm here is to do a assessment on the kidney medicine services that are available in Gaza. Um, Part of my visit involves not just being at Al-Aqsa, but I've also been to Zawada Hospital, which is a second hemodialysis center. And then today I was in Nasser Hospital. I'll be back there tomorrow to complete the nephrology assessment. Um, but ultimately, right now, there's only 3 hemodialysis centers in Gaza. There were previously 7. The 3 are all south, so south or in Deir al-Balah, the central region. There's nothing in the north. So Shifa Hospital in Rantizi had approximately 45 patients prior to the genocide. Most of the children did their dialysis at Rantizi. Rantizi is now closed. It's surrounded by the Israeli military, and there's nothing in there now. Shifa, on the other hand, it is being evacuated. So what this means is that there were at one point on September 22nd, there were approximately 150 dialysis patients left. Many of them had already migrated south. A week later, there were about 70. And my understanding from talking to the physicians who are working there now, there's approximately 20. And the 20 who are there now are simply people who can't leave due to severe frailty or injuries, whether immobile or for other reasons, they simply can't leave. Unfortunately, what that means is that when the hospital closes, these are patients likely that will die. Even in those patients that are able to migrate, it almost always means that they're missing their treatments. Typically, these treatments take place 3 times a week. Most of these patients are missing their treatments for many days, missing 2, 3, and sometimes more treatments. So it's very difficult for me to know how many patients have died as a result of missing dialysis, because these patients simply don't come to our clinic. These patients just simply die. The sad part is these people are not considered victims of genocide as far as the number killed by the Israeli military. But my sense is they are just as much a victim of genocide as anyone who's killed with a bomb. If you are ethnically cleansed and forced to leave a hospital at gunpoint and you die as a result of that, that's as much someone that the Israeli genocidal forces are guilty of killing as if they shot them with a sniper rifle, as far as I'm concerned. So I can tell you a little bit about the numbers. And Nadal, I wish I knew exactly how many of the cases were new. I can tell you that prior to October 2023, there were about 1,200 hemodialysis patients in Gaza who were adults, and there were about 50 who were children. Now, most of the children were either killed or evacuated, and now in all of Gaza, there's 10. And that of those 10, most of them are at Al-Aqsa or Zawaida Hospital. And when we say children, what we mean by that is under the age of 15 is considered child as far as dialysis in Gaza. When we think about adults, now I mentioned there were 1,200 who were on dialysis prior to October 2023. They are non-adults, and the number of adults who have been evacuated is very, 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 very few, simply because countries have not been willing to accept these patients. And so of those 1,200, currently there are 700 that are alive, which means at least 500 have died. And I would say definitely more, because many of the patients that are of that 700 that are doing dialysis are actually new to dialysis because they are victims of bombing and have started dialysis as a result of crush injuries. So what I can say is the mortality rate here is higher than any mortality rate of anywhere ever recorded. That includes other wars, such as in Syria and in Sudan. The best data we have suggests that the highest mortality rate in other conflicts reaches about 40% per year. And based on the number of new cases I'm seeing and the fact that the numbers have gone down, that tells me the mortality rate is at least that high and probably higher.
Yeah, thank you. That's very important. This is very important data and information. And thank you, Ben, for going there, for looking into this data. And we are happy to hear from you next week. I'm sure, hopefully you'll have more numbers, more data by then. And if you can give us updates, at least while you're still there, we will be happy to hear back from you. And now I don't want your friend Iyad to get mad at us, because I know you were together earlier today. So we'll move to Iyad. And Iyad, if you have questions for Ben also, please feel free to share, both of you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nidar and my colleague. I hope everyone are well. Ben, really, we honored for your attendance multiple times here, and really appreciated your efforts. I witnessed your take-arounds a lot of time with patients, especially the children. From my experience, you will obtain a great data that will reflect the suffering and will make tangible change in the conscious and the awareness for all of the world. So I hope to say thank you so much for your efforts and existence between us, a lot of time, and all of us against this genocide. Dr. Nadal, I will talk about the updates from the field. Today, what's happening after the announcement for the ceasefire from Mr. Trump, in practical terms, a halt of attacks, random bombings and massive explosions since the early hours of dawn yesterday. We hope this calm will continue. However, maybe so far, there have been no withdrawals on the ground. The Israeli occupation army remains deployed in the main areas of incursion here in Gaza, especially they surrounding Gaza town, and prevent any civilians to return to Gaza, and they gun shot anyone try to return to Gaza city. This is very important. The Israeli army remains also there. In other words, there is no officially declared or complete ceasefire, but rather a temporary halt to attacks, as announced by the army and confirmed by the media outlets. Yesterday night, we heard a lot of bombings, especially in the east part of the Gaza Strip at all, especially in the Gaza town. They mentioned this is the pre-evacuated homes and lands hit it for securing buffer zone. Maybe they need to level this land for the second stage of if the ceasefire is completely implemented. We hope that in coming hours and days, an official and comprehensive ceasefire will be declared. According to journalistic and local sources, the current ceasefire is expected to last for 60 days, followed by a complete cessation of hostilities, the end of the war or genocide, and the withdrawal of the Israeli forces from the inside of Gaza to the buffer zone as before. At the moment, returning to Gaza City is still not allowed, and the roads, especially Rashid Street, is completely closed. They just allow people to displace from the Gaza City, and the Israeli announced multiple times today they prevent any family to return to their homes. Yesterday, they hit Abd al-Al home in Al-Nafaq region, in the East Gaza part, and martyred more than 17 civilians in the Gaza city. So the Israeli just maybe now some stabilizing the current situation without heavy bombardment, but selective targeting maybe we expect will happen at any time. From a humanitarian perspective, we talk the people of Gaza in urgent need of aid. Maybe Dr. Ben noted emaciated body for maybe Ben, little baby. He asked me, what's the age? How old is he? He's strange about the scenes. And a lot of our children is still suffering from re-engineering famine. So we must talk about the re-engineering famine by a lot of shapes. As I mentioned before in my lecture and my conference, this is very important things. Maybe Dr. Ben will provide us with the medical statistics in the next meetings. Maybe what's happening now is emergency relief work, but it requires heavy equipment and significant resources. So when we talk about the implementation of ceasefire, we hope this will not turn into a repeat as a previous ceasefire in the previous March, during which bulldozers and the machinery were prevented from entering Gaza to repair roads and clear rebels as the occupations was planning to resume the attacks in the previous time. A positive and hopeful sign would be if the army allows heavy machinery and bulldozers and cranes to enter to start immediate repair work. It's very positive signs for us here. Remove the rubbles, reopen roads, and level destroyed areas, because we need to rebuild a lot of camps to meet the crowded people needs, especially in the Gaza city, because they destroyed completely the east part of the Gaza city. And also all essential steps to set up a temporary shelters and improve living conditions, especially as winter approaches and rain is expected within the next few days. So the shelter and remaining tents, it's not fit for our people and their needs. Overall, the situation here remains complex, and efforts still need a greater stabilization and reinforcement. There's a mix of worry, hope, and sadness among the people here. A lot of people and journalists ask me, yeah, what's the situation? We have a mixed feelings. We hope, inshallah, something good will happen in the next few hours or next few days. We are waiting for an official and final announcement of the genocide to end. We sincerely hope this happens soon and that we will meet again in the coming days with life slowly returning to Gaza because maybe nothing remain here. The destruction and rebels really spread at everywhere. And also, when we talk about what we need in the next time, if they stop and the ceasefire is implemented, we need urgent interventions for mobile home shelters and repairing the sewage networks and reopening desalination stations again, especially in Gaza City and in the south, and leveling lands. A lot of basic things we need at the first level. After that, we can talk about how we can manage and how can we save children and all of the people. But in my advice, and Dr. Nidal and my colleagues, we need to reflect the suffering for those children who are suffering from kidney diseases and immune diseases. Very important. Maybe I talk with Ben about that. So I hope we maybe take a special space to talk about this, because I request, I'm sending my human appeal for all of the medical missions out of the Gaza to send a central line for dialysis. Maybe Mr. Dr. Ben agree with me about this. In kidney dialysis department, they need the central line a lot of time, and they have a shortage, severe shortage in this. So maybe we will provide them in the next few days with my colleagues. They come to the Gaza, entering Gaza. So we need to mobilize this and to talk about the children suffering, especially in this suffering. Thank you so much for all of my colleagues, and special thanks for Ben and Dr. Fadl. I talked to him. Maybe he will attend us lately. He is still in work in Nasser Hospital. So I hope I touch awareness for new updates, and inshallah we will continue until the genocide is stopped completely. Thank you so much, Dr. Nidal.
Thank you, Iyad. So maybe Dr. Fadl and Dr. Ahmed can join us, please. Try to message them, and if they can join after they finish work today, that would be great. Go ahead, Karam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Iyad. I mean, Ben, just listening to you, I'm actually thinking that the work of nephrologists is extremely important right now in Gaza, not only because of the rhabdomyolysis, because of the crush injuries, but with every injury, with every trauma, there will be fluid imbalance, and there will be acute kidney injury, and a lot of need for fluid management. And for that, you need labs that will check electrolytes, and you will need to be able to do urine analysis and all these things. So there was a question, what would a nephrologist do in Gaza without dialysis unit? And I think the answer, and I'm sure you can say that better than me, the answer is, with every trauma, there is a need for a nephrologist to manage the fluid dynamic and the electrolytes. I feel this is, with you being there, it is a very good opportunity for us to raise awareness about the role of nephrologists and the role of kidney disease in Gaza, and engage our colleagues who are nephrologists. So maybe we can work on a press release with quotes from you, calling on all nephrologists and kidney specialists to speak about the importance of letting kits for electrolyte check, letting dialysis machines and the catheters and the stents that Iyad was talking about. The urology and the kidney and all these things are one of the main reasons for severe infections and for indirect death from injury as well. So maybe that's something that we can work on with you, or
I love that idea. And I think there's when we talk about the number of people who've been directly killed by the Israeli genocidal forces, the number, depending on, who you ask, the number of direct deaths usually ranges about 60 to 70,000. And yet the number of indirect deaths, indirect deaths from things that we don't typically think of as precipitated directly by war. But if Israel targets a sewage treatment center or a water desalination plant or a hospital or facilities to manage chronic disease, people will die of chronic disease. People will die of heart attacks. People will die of hypertension or of untreated diabetes. People will die of diarrhea because of attacking the sewage system and the water systems. And we forget about these things. When we think about what is the actual impact of a genocide from a mortality perspective, the indirect deaths can often be from 4 times to even 15 times the direct deaths. So when we think about, well, how is it that, are there potentially hundreds of thousands of people who have been killed by the Israeli genocidal forces in this genocide? It's very easy to get to that number when we think about the impact on chronic disease management and what we consider sort of as a whole as non-communicable diseases. And so when I think of a patient who has cancer, well, in September 2023, if you were a child with cancer in Gaza, you had access to the Rantisi Hospital, you had access to Nasser Hospital. There were cancer specialists there. There was chemotherapy available. None of these things are available. Even if you wanted to diagnose someone with a mass, normally what you do is you would do a biopsy. You'd send it to a pathologist. They'd read it. They'd tell you this is the type of cancer. This is the type of chemotherapy you need. Well, there's no capacity for that now. None. There's no pathology labs. There's no pathologists. The pathologists have all been killed. So the impact on diseases that are not typically characterized as trauma is profound. And people who had cancer prior to October 2023 have gotten no chemotherapy. We don't count those people as direct causes of death from genocide, but they are. They are. Now you asked me a little bit about what's the role of a nephrologist. I think the question was, what would a nephrologist, what would happen if there wasn't a nephrologist there? And I would say, there's multiple roles for us. In addition to, yes, we deal with acute kidney injury, and certainly there's been a lot of acute kidney injury related to trauma, related to, crush injuries, even gunshot injuries have been quite profound and have caused massive levels of hemorrhagic shock and other conditions that cause acute kidney injury and necessitate dialysis. The other thing is simple things. A lot of kids are still dying of diarrhea here, right? When you're attached to raw sewage and you have no access to clean water, kids are dying of diarrhea, and sometimes they're dying of infectious diarrheal illnesses that would again be preventable if water systems were not targeted by the Israeli genocidal forces. So, there's a lot of roles for us. My role is in part public health and program development. So I've been spending a lot of time on trying to figure out how we can use the limited resources we have to optimize outcomes for patients with not just kidney disease, but other types of internal medicine conditions. And sometimes that simply means, moving a person who is underutilized in one space to another space, or making an operating room available on a specific day, or advocating for certain types of medications to enter Gaza despite the horrendous block of humanitarian aid that the Israeli genocidal forces have forced on us. Even small tweaks can sometimes make a big difference, and I think that's probably, I would say, the majority of what I'm doing. I am evaluating dialysis facilities. That's part of what I'm doing, but I think, on the bigger picture, I'm trying to optimize resource allocation. Yeah. Karime, yeah.
Yeah, and just one thing, Dr. Hammam Allah, may his Allah yarhamu. He was one of the very few nephrologists, And we
Yeah,
know before he was killed, he was in the hospital nonstop because we, as doctors, we all know how difficult it is to manage fluids and electrolytes when there is kidney disease. It's a very
hmm
fine tuning. You have to have the right fluid. You have to have the right
that's right.
solution to give. So having a nephrologist it can sometimes mean the difference between life and death in a patient with trauma or in a patient with acute renal injury. So
Hmm
Gaza
Yeah,
lost so many amazing specialists, and
yeah.
for the
And you know,
rehabilitation, we will need to retrain doctors now.
absolutely, absolutely. You know, Hammam was a very good friend of mine, and you know, in September 2023, he and I, with Rafat Labad, who was the head of internal medicine at Shifa Hospital at the time, had developed a program that would have trained nephrology subspecialists in Gaza. So, you know, really a program that they would have developed their own specialists. And this is what people in Palestine want, a healthcare system by Palestinians for Palestinians. They, you know, as much as I enjoy coming to serve in Gaza, um, I would I would dream of the day when I'm not needed. I dream of the day when, you know, none of us need to go because it's a world-class healthcare system that reflects the world-class people that are already here. You know, Hammam was really a special, incredible person. Yeah, when when we were chatting on October 8th and October 9th, he actually said to me, "This is a genocide." A day in, he knew it. And he said to me, like, you know, other people in Gaza are also saying it. A day in, they knew. Um, you know, I spoke pretty much every day with Hammam up to the day that he died. In fact, within hours before he died, he sent me a message, um, and it was appropriate as the last message I ever got from him. But I had been setting up media opportunities for him because he insisted that at every available opportunity, he had to speak. And what he said to me repeatedly was, if the world knew, they would make it stop. He said that over and over. If the world knew, they would make it stop. If the world knew, they would make it stop. And, you know, there's days that I think that he was wrong. You know, there's days that I hear those words that he says, and I think the world knows and they haven't made it stop. And yet I think what his words mean is that we all have a responsibility. You know, many people who are listening, many of the people on this panel, many of us have been punished in one way or another, whether it's suspension from our job, arrest, other things. And yet I think about what Hammam suffered for his belief. He was literally killed because he refused to leave his patients. And so many other healthcare professionals in Gaza have suffered the same fate. So for me to complain about being suspended from my job or being, you know, called an anti-Semite, which again is unpleasant, but we can't complain about that. There's so much more that we need to be doing, um, because people here are stopping at nothing,
Yeah,
including their own lives being taken for caring for their patients and supporting their own people.
yeah. Thank you, Ben. Yes, we need to do more, and we need to honor Dr. Hammam Singh. If more people knew, they will make a difference. And honestly, I'm really, I know it's 2 years into genocide, and the world has betrayed Gaza, the Gazan people. But the movement now, especially in Europe, many European countries, the people, the protests, the huge number of people going into the streets in many European countries is heartwarming. Maybe it is too little, too late, but better than nothing. And we really need to keep up and mobilize the whole world to stop this insanity that's happening in front of our faces. And as Brother Iyad mentioned, I want to have another question for Iyad before he leaves. I know he has something to do. He mentioned that winter is coming, and we know that winter is coming here also in the United States, and everywhere. We all have our homes, we all have our heat ready and everything, but people in Gaza have nothing. Most of them are out there in the streets. Even the lucky ones who have a few tents, their tents are old. We worked with Iyad and a few colleagues here from the United States. We bought some tents through Jordan, and these tents are stuck, to my knowledge, at the border, and Israel is not allowing them in. Iyad, do you have any updates on that? Let me see. Iyad is here. So those tents were purchased. We worked with a few colleagues. We purchased them from a company in Jordan, and they're not allowing them in. And the people need them for the winter. Iyad, are you still there? Iyad might have a problem with the connection. But again, please support this effort, because again, most people in Gaza, more than 90% of them lost their homes. They have no heat. Their children are crammed in very small tents. Most of these tents they have been using them for 2 years. They're already in very bad shape. And as Iyad mentioned, we need to support this effort to send more winter, coats, winter needs, better tents, better quality tents that can protect them from the cold weather and the rain, because the ones that they have are in very bad shape and not suitable for this environment. I think Iyad, we lost Iyad. Krama, do you want to move ahead with Anthony?
I
There
think,
was a power outage in the hospital that Ayad's in.
Oh, okay.
We're actually both in the same hospital, so he might be back on in a few minutes.
Sure.
yes.
Let's go with Anthony until maybe Iyad comes. Sure.
Hi, Anthony. Are you with us?
Anthony?
So, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar has been our supporter, our friend, our colleague, our buddy. We have seen him way too many times for us to count, and we continue to see him. He is relentless in speaking out against the genocide. He is a true outstanding citizen of the United States, and he really gives us hope. And Anthony has special expertise. He has been in the military. He also has been with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, where he actually blew the whistle on what is happening there, and he has been speaking out ever since. And the question that Nidal raised earlier was, will the negotiation to save Gaza and put a ceasefire in and put an end to this genocide, are you hopeful that this will take hold? And do you have any comments on what is happening?
Well, I always remain hopeful and optimistic for the world and the United States to see the reality, see the truth, and to begin making the right decisions and not the decisions of influence and money and propaganda and complicity in the genocide. We continue to see it based on what we've seen throughout the last 2 years, but also through the decades before that. I remain optimistic, but I also remain realistic in that Israel will find ways to manipulate this ceasefire. And what everyone needs to remember is that a ceasefire is not an end to the war. A ceasefire is a very fragile balance of negotiation to achieve eventually the conditions for the end of the war. And this ceasefire is only one small step toward that. What concerns me is that even after the president of the United States made his announcement on national television, world televised of the ceasefire plan, Israel continued to bomb Gaza City. The aerial bombardment, the saturation bombing, using American bombs, mind you, is not the only thing that is killing Palestinians. There is ground combat. They are utilizing robot-controlled vehicles filled with explosives to drive them into neighborhoods and detonate them, which in some cases, when you consider the blast at the surface or a blast coming from the sky, can be just as devastating, if not more so, especially to those on the ground where you have the overblast pressure, where you have the destruction at ground level that can kill a lot more people. I hate to use the word, but it's much more efficient way to kill people than the dropping of bombs, which they've been using to just flatten buildings. So I remain realistic in the sense that Israel will not cease doing these things. I maintain that sense of that realistic look only because Milikowski, Smotrich, Ben Gvir have all said this. They have all said it publicly in Hebrew and in English that that all Palestinians will be annihilated, that all of Gaza will be under their control, that nothing will stop them, that the United States is their bank account, their credit card. They have said these things. These aren't things that I am fabricating or that I'm assuming or that I've pulled out of thin air. They said it. So we must approach this with a very mindful eye and a very realistic position that we have to maintain the pressure politically, domestically, with our leaders, with our Congress. Now is not the time to sit back and think, it's ending, because it is not. This is simply another measure of which Israel has demonstrated time and time again their manipulation of American leaders to reach their end state. The other thing we have to consider, what will lead to the greater amount of deaths in the coming months is not the bombing. That makes the news. That's what we see. It's violent and it's horrible. But what we have to realize is what's going to lead to far more death than the bombing is the disease and the famine and all the things that the doctor had relayed, that, diarrhea, dysentery, polio, lack of water, lack of food, lack of electricity, living in open sewage, not having the right amount of food and nutrition, providing starving people with simply empty caloric food parcel items, not meals, carbohydrates with no protein, carbohydrates that don't actually provide this substantial nutrition. What we have to realize is that this is part of the genocide. This is part of the deliberate killing of Palestinians, the starvation, the famine, the lack of water, the lack of electricity, the open sewage. This is all by design. None of this is because of the complexity or the complicatedness of war. And I'm telling you, take it from somebody. Please, if there's anything else I can talk about in terms of experience or my position, just as surgeons and experts talk about their position. I have fought in 4 wars around this world on 12 times in fighting war. This is not how wars are fought. What is happening in Gaza is not war. It is a genocide. It is a war of annihilation where an oppressive occupational force is killing civilians at 83%. Now, when
Anthony?
Did Anthony cut off?
Yeah, his message is very profound. It's not the time to let up. We have been through this many times, and they are known to manipulate the system, to manipulate our governments, and we need to keep the pressure. Oh, Anthony, you're back?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm back. I didn't realize I dropped.
I was reiterating your message, the powerful message that it's not the time to let up, because those people have done it many, many times over and over again. We need to keep the pressure because they will take every opportunity to spoil this and go back to the killing by any means they can. And as you said, go ahead, finish the thought about the designed environment of killing people, not just by bombs, by other means too.
Yeah, the killing by not only the aerial bombardment and the combat forces on the ground, but the implementation of widespread disease, famine, lack of water, having people live in an environment with no electricity, no clean water, open sewage, dying of hunger is a weapon. Israel has weaponized the basic necessities of human beings. And this didn't happen over time. Excuse me, this didn't happen overnight. This happened over time. And what I think we all need to recognize is that the ceasefire or any type of approach towards peace, let's not apply the standards of deprivation to Palestinians in thinking, oh, well, they're finally bringing in food and water, so that's great. Or they're not bombing them anymore, so that's great. We cannot be part of the dehumanization calculation, the dehumanization equation. We must stand up for human rights, the rights of the Palestinians to live their lives not under occupation, not under constant bombing, not under their food and their water and every aspect of their lives being controlled to include whether or not they can even go fishing without being killed. We cannot accept a basic recognition of humanness as the standard. That is not the standard. That is that's not even the bare minimum. And that is all part of Israel's design. This dehumanization in bringing the Palestinians to the level of they're not even human, to then basically recognizing, well, they're barely human. And we think that that's a victory. That is not. That is a continuation of the genocide. They will continue to press and pressurize and withhold food and withhold water and withhold medicine and withhold baby formula. And take the advice from surgeons, from doctors, from when we talk about in this world the professions that we respect, that all kids when they're in school want to grow up to be doctors, firefighters, soldiers, police, all these professions of folks that are in Gaza, former military, surgeons, nurses, doctors of other specialties, UN workers, volunteers, the best of society there on the ground that are saying this is a genocide. Children are dying by means of starvation and designed disease. Believe it. It is true. And right now, this ceasefire deal, do not acquiesce to this and think that this is an end to the war. It is not. Do not step back from the pressure and think that this is a good thing. What we also need to be very aware of and pay attention to closely is that Israel will look for every opportunity to blame this on Hamas. The organizations, the clans or the gangs, if you will, that are anti-Hamas supposedly and side more with Israel's desires, which is all again driven by money and power. These gangs and these clans that are operating within Gaza that are funded and given the green light, so to speak, to operate by Israel, we cannot discount the fact that there will be false flag type of operations. These gangs or these organizations doing things in Gaza to make it seem as though it was Hamas, to give Israel the excuse they're looking for to then end the ceasefire and go back to the indiscriminate bombing. We have to be aware of this. What Israel's strongest weapon in this entire war, and not just the last 2 years, but the last century, back to the 1800s, is that people buy the lies. People take things at face value. People in the West watch the news and say, oh, look at what Hamas is doing. And it's not even Hamas. Or look at what Israel's doing is just how every army fights war. And that is not true. We cannot sit back and just buy what they say at face value. And we have to do more. Like I'm here in a few minutes, actually, right? I'm gonna walk and talk because I'm going up to Raleigh for a protest for Gaza up in the North Carolina capital. And then from there, I'm continuing north, driving up to DC to protest at the Capitol for October 7th, and then going to Boston to participate in another protest in an event. And we have to maintain the pressure. We are not doing enough. And I do not say that from the groups that have been advocating and have been fighting for this and bringing attention to it for years. I don't mean that. I mean collectively as a nation. Look at Italy. They said, touch the flotilla and we will shut this country down. And what they do? It's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. Look in Spain, where people are being pepper sprayed and beaten and going to jail in protesting against Israel. Look at Germany. Look at Sweden. Look at other, European nations. Turkey, that where people are taking to the streets en masse. Here in the United States, we can't be bothered. We can't be bothered to take to the streets. We can't be bothered to spend a day here or there. We can't be bothered to protest and perhaps maybe go to jail. And I'll tell you, that's how they scare us. That's how they put fear into us to not participate. When there are enough of us, they cannot arrest us all. When there are enough of us, they cannot fire us all. When there are enough of us, they cannot silence us all. But as long as the numbers are small, they can, and they will. And the Palestinian people will continue to be genocided towards the Israeli objective of annihilation and wiping them off the face of the earth. Take Milikowski's word for it when he says it. Again, the leaders of Israel have said these things. They have said it. Trust them. Trust what they say when they say that their intent is to completely wipe the earth clean of all Palestinians and take over all of Gaza and the West Bank. Believe them when they say it. We have to stay vigilant and we have to do more. We must do more.
Anthony, what is happening on the 7th? You said you're going to DC on the 7th?
Well, as you know, October 7th is the anniversary, and I think that we continue to press the fact that Israeli forces are an occupation force, and what they're doing in Gaza and the devastation against the people of Palestine and the West Bank is an affront to world order and security. This is not just about Palestine, although that's the focus, and I am for Palestinian freedom and to free Palestine, absolutely. This is also about security of all of us, freedom, our rights as citizens. So on October 7th, I will go to the Capitol, and I will go to the various government buildings, the Hart Building, the Senate buildings, the representative buildings. Following up, I think on the 8th, aren't we Doctors Against Genocide going back to the Hill? Yeah, so then I'll be with DAG back on the Hill. So we've got to keep the pressure going. On the 7th of October, I'm trying to raise more people to join, but I will start very early in the morning protesting at the steps of the Capitol, and I'm pretty sure they will say, hey, you can't do that here because of some obscure rule. And so I'll just walk to the other side of the Capitol. There's two sides to it. You don't have to just, you can do the front and the back. And then when they tell me to leave there, I'll walk down to Lincoln Memorial, and I'll walk over to the Washington Monument, and I will continue with my bullhorn and my sign in uniform and protest and make people aware. Because I think that the average American is ready, the alarm clock is going off, and the average American is getting out of bed, and some hit snooze, and some are starting to open their eyes. Regardless of the fact, the alarm is going off, and we have to keep it going. Just look at military leaders that have come out after, these are not separate things. They're all kind of in the same vein that, after Secretary Hegseth gave his horrid, Hitler-like speech in Quantico, general officers in the military are starting to see, Yeah, we're being lied to and we're being drugged down a path by incompetent idiots. We have to stand against it because those same incompetent idiots, Trump, Hegseth, Rubio, Huckabee, are all dragging our nation into a war that we are on the wrong side of in history. They're doing it. In America, American people should wake up and stand up against it. Our declaration says we the people. We the people. So when our leaders do stupid things like they are now for money, for power, because they're being blackmailed, well, we the people have a responsibility in that. And I can tell you, we are not doing enough. To think that we're doing all we can, we are not. We are not doing enough.
Thank you so much, Anthony. And that's exactly what I said this morning. A lot of the people that I speak to about the genocide will shrug their shoulder and say, oh, it's complicated. And my answer, when it's genocide, it is never complicated. The only thing is to stop whoever's killing and whoever is starving people, to stop them in their tracks and stand against them. There is no excuse for saying it's complicated, it's none of my business. It's actually an insult to our humanity when people say, oh, I don't know. What am I going to do? I am nothing. You are something, and we, the people, united, we can stop this, and we should not let go because even these talks about the possibility of ceasefire, for sure, they made us feel better, for sure. And you know, when President Trump posted the answer from Hamas on the White House website and on his social media, we all felt like, oh, finally, there will be movement in the right direction. But it is impossible to trust the other side. The Israelis will never stop trying to wipe Palestinians off the earth. We know that, especially as Palestinians. So we appreciate you so much, Anthony, more than you think. And
We have to keep the momentum going.
we
Our
will see you
president,
on the Hill. We will see you on Boston on the 9th when you and I are going to be speaking against Boston Consulting Group and
yes,
the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
yes,
People think that, oh, it's no longer killing people. It's not true. Still, in Gaza, there is something called جرحى المساعدات, the injured from aid. That is the term that people are using in Gaza. Who has ever heard of this definition of injured people from aid? Aid should be given to save lives and to help people. In Gaza, it is a way for people to get killed. So the whole world is upside down in Gaza, and we need to correct this together.
I just want to add one more comment to build on what Anthony said. It was a comment from an expert on politics, or political analyst. He said Israel is more effective in their war in DC than they are in Gaza. So despite all the killing and the genocide they are committing in Gaza, their lobby, their people in DC who are pressuring the administration to do exactly what they want, they are actually more effective and stronger there. So we need to listen to those experts, to Anthony, and we need to foil their plans because we know they are at the throat of the president and at the throat of everyone who wants to end this genocide. And whenever the president comes up with an announcement he wants to do this, next day they are forcing him to backtrack on this and to put more conditions. And this means that it is our job, me, Dania, Karama, all of us here, the people here in the United States, to keep the pressure up, add more pressure on our politicians, on our elected officials, to do the right thing and not leave them at the mercy of these more mongers, interest groups who want to continue and are benefiting from this genocide, ethnic cleansing, and the campaign of annihilation. So please do not let up. We need more. We need to double down because we know they are working now in high gear to to destroy whatever plans or agreements have been reached so far. So thank you, Karama. Go ahead.
I think we can go to our colleagues in Congo, and then we have Dalia with us from Cyprus, who is an amazing poet. She will read to us one of her poems, but we will hear from Elvis and Hadija. We are very proud that we finally established a very good and meaningful connection with the people of Goma in Congo, and we are supporting them on the ground. We are supporting a community of young women who have been victims of sexual violence. And we hope to continue to support them, support their education, support their children. So they themselves are children, unfortunately, who have had children already. And the situation in Congo is extremely difficult, and the media is not covering it. The awareness of what is happening in Congo is lacking, and we ourselves do not know enough. That's why having Hadija and having Elvis with us is extremely important, because as you know, in Doctors Against Genocide, when we support the community that is suffering from genocide, we want to hear from them themselves and not from what some experts say about them. There is no one who is more expert about what is happening to their community than the people themselves. So, Hadija or Elvis, whoever wants to start talking, please do. You are both muted.
Khadija has two accounts, so maybe Philip is with her too. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope.
Can we see you, Elvis?
Yes. Yeah. Salam. Hello to everyone. I would like to start
Where
this.
are you, Elvis, right now? Can you tell us where you are?
I am in Goma right now. Goma is the capital city of the North Kivu region. North Kivu region has been the heart of all the several wars. Most of the wars that we know have started from Kivu. Now it has gone 30 years since the war started in 1996. It's going to be 30 years now. So I'm in Goma right now, at the present moment. And what I wanted to say to start this short intervention is first to thank Doctors Against Genocide for giving us the chance to be part of this network, and also for the great support that you just gave to us, to the Congolese people. I know it's going through the organization that I work with, Ubuntu, but also Adija will be talking about Agissons Ensemble. What I can tell you, this has come at the right time. Let me say that we received the fund, and the very first decision what we took was to go back to one or two local hospitals, because the local hospitals are facing a lot of challenges, shortage of medicine supply. Technically, they don't have anything. Since the end of January, when the rebels took the control of Goma and Bukavu, we started supporting displaced women and their children in different hospitals. And I remember in space of 2 months, we helped about 600 women. And those women and children were taken, let's say, hostage in the hospital because they could not afford paying a fees of $25 for a normal birth, or $80 for any other, could be a C-section or any other birth that needed extra support. So we did stop the support to those women, even though we knew there are a lot of women. If I can give you the picture of the region, Before January, there was 54 displacement camp. The biggest, that was about 35 minutes of the town of Goma, had 75,000 people. And the smallest had 12,000 people. And the majority of those people were not supported by the government, by the international community, even the local community. The local community itself has been under the war for many, many years. They could not do much. So most of the women that we were supporting at that time were coming from those displacement camps. All of them were destroyed. The rebels asked the displaced people to go back to their villages, but the majority didn't go. They stayed around the town of Goma. So what happened is when a woman gives birth at the hospital, she has to pay 25 US dollar. And the majority of those women, they are coming from the displacement background. They've been in the camps for 2 years or more, and they can't afford because they don't have anything. So the grant that we received started having the impact. We decided for the month of October, we will be paying the hospital bills for women and their babies. We just picked 5 a week. So last week, we managed to send home, and when I say we managed to send home, 5 women and their babies who have been in the hospital for more than 2 months because they could not afford a 25 US dollar, a 50, and a 75. Now they've gone back home.
Sorry to interrupt, Elvis. Do you have the videos so that we can share of those women? Do you have the video? We want to share.
Yes, I did share. I did collaborate with you.
If you want, we can share it here if you have
I can
it.
share it as well. I can share the link.
Yes, I did. I did share the women, the video of the women. What we did,
we can share it for everyone, like share screen.
Okay, I'm not sure if I've got it on this device, but I can check.
I can do it for you, Elvis.
All right, thank you very much.
It's the Instagram post, right?
Yes, it is. Yes. So what happened is we pay the that is the video. Yes.
Do you want to pause and share it, or did you want to?
Yeah. Go ahead. You can just play. It's 90 seconds.
If you can just.
Yes, as you can see, they are not just the women and their babies, but the entire families. So they were living in those displaced, in that particular hospital for about 2 months. What we did pay their hospital bills, and also we managed to arrange the transportation for them to go back to their villages. And normally we give them also a food package that can last 2 weeks. So that is the activity that we'll be doing on 2 hospitals in Goma, and we have decided to go with 5 women and their families throughout the month of October. Also, the other news that we may share with you, with the grant, we were able to put furnitures in 3 more rooms. That is at the house where the young girls victim of sexual assault who are the age. Sorry, right. That is the house where we support the young girls who were victim of sexual assault. They were raped, then they become mothers. So we've got the age bracket is 13 to 18, and the 13 years old has a baby. We've got the oldest is 18 with a set of twins. So we've got at the house 9 girls 110 babies. So we managed to get extra bed. We managed to get extra space for the baby to be resting during the day, and also the grant will help us to feed them at least for the month. So we are grateful for that. That is the update I can give you on the grant that we receive. But in terms of news, as you mentioned in the introduction, you may not hear the story of Congolese struggle and Congolese people. This week alone, I've been called to 2 different locations. And the last one was last Wednesday. A group of women was raped by soldiers. And here we are talking about the youngest was 9. So sorry for this trigger warning. So the youngest was 9. She was raped with her mom. Same time, the 11 years old who was also raped with the mom, she was taken by the soldiers, and the other one was 15 and her mom. So we were called to that location, and thanks again we were able to take them to the hospital to see the treatment, and we were able to pay for their treatment. Those stories are happening every single day. The numbers are increasing every single day. If you follow the stories of the news from Congo, you will know that rape has been used as the weapon of war. There is no gunshot every single day. There is no there is no bombing anymore. But when you go to hospitals, when you go to the villages around the town of Goma and Bukavu, the numbers of young girls and women who are raped every single day is appalling. The last report from UNICEF was every 30 minutes, there is a young girl who is raped in this country. Since the beginning of the year, the numbers are around 10,000. And those are the cases that they had the chance to see someone so that they can be recorded. But we've got other one in the villages where no one can reach, and it's happening. We don't know how we're going to deal with this situation. I think I did share with you that we've got 83 families that lives in 2 apartments. They were displaced, and they were all more than 50 women were raped in the night. And among the more than 50, there were a 6 years old and a 3 years old and a 6 years old. So it is happening every single day, and that is why we are really grateful that we've got doctors and we are part of this network where we can come to you and tell you what is happening at the moment. This started long ago. Dr. Mukwege, that some of you may know, has been telling us about the atrocity, the rape, the situation that are happening to the women, to the Congolese women from the East. And this is not something that just started yesterday. It started 10 years ago, and even today. If I go and call the people that we talk to are in remote places, we may hear new cases. So we are grateful that we can come to you and share these stories. We know whatever is happening to our brothers and sisters in Gaza is happening to many others in Congo, is happening to others in Sudan, and we have to be together because it is a genocide, and we are losing a lot of lives. I will finish over there. I don't know if there is anyone with a question. I'll be happy to answer. But once again, with a heart full of gratitude, I say thanks to Doug for the support and also for the platform, because it's not everywhere that Congolese voices are given this time to share and showcase and bring to you our struggle and cry. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elvis. And honestly, this is heartbreaking, and this is just on us. Every single woman who does not stand against the rape of the women in Congo is complicit. This is a woman issue. This is a human rights issue. This is a humanity issue. And we should all mobilize. And we are just starting to learn about this. I apologize. It's you are very, very correct. The plight of the people in Congo is not getting the attention that it needs, and we should find a way to protect women. You just said that the method of genocide in Congo is sexual violence against women, which is one of the worst things that can happen to a society because it destroys the fabric of the family, it destroys the self-confidence of the women, it destroys the children. It is a very effective, violent way of making life impossible for a community. So, with a lot of appreciation, we will continue to support the community, and hopefully, we can expand to more and more and find a way to prevent this from happening, not just wait for the victims and then support them. We have to identify a better way of prevention. So I really appreciate it. We will move to Hadija and Hadija has a guest that she will introduce to us. Also, yes.
Yeah, but just before you go, thank you, Elvis, and thank you for being there in Goma. Please, next week, if you can have prepared videos, we want to see the people there. We want to see the life there. How does Goma looks like? So if you can next week bring anyone videos that we can see, or even people on the ground if the internet connection allows. We want to see these people. We want to, see their humanity, their suffering live, because the personal connection always is important for people to see, because people in Goma, like people in Sudan, like people in Gaza, they are not numbers. They are human beings, their lives, their faces, their names, their identities, their, hearts, blood, feelings, emotions, all these things. So thank you for all what you're doing. And we are, supporting you 100%. And we want to, and again, as Karama mentioned, we want to apologize that even we in DAC, we did not know enough, we did not do enough, but we are willing to learn more and do more. And with your help, with you being there on the ground, that is the best way I think we can help the people there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hadija?
Yes, hello.
Hi, you are, we don't see you, so maybe, perfect. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Hi, hello, friends. Thank you for the opportunity once again. Thank you to my brother Elvis for speaking on behalf of our communities in Congo. Thank you all for your attention. And yes, I posted a video, I think it was yesterday, thanking DAG for the extension of their humanity to the Congolese cause, and for listening to us, and for giving us material support, which is what we need as a people. The Elvis has spoken about rape and the sexual violence against women and girls historically being used as a weapon of war in Congo, and the work of the gynecological surgeon Dr. Denis Mukwege, who actually won a Nobel Peace Prize in 2018 for his work in the region. He has one of the biggest hospitals in that region, and Pansy Foundation is also in that network. And so it just goes to show how baked in the system of this genocide in Congo, sexual violence against women and girls is. So I thank you all for giving us a platform to spread this message and spread this awareness. For us, as Let's Act Together for Congo, we were able to take the grant that was so kindly delivered to us by Doctors Against Genocide, and we were able to go to work, get to go to Afya Yetu Medical Center, which is a medical center in Goma. Goma is in North Kivu province, which is right now occupied by M23 rebels. And because of the occupation, the the town is cut off from, financial transactions and, things like just trade, and normal life has been disrupted. So the provision of medication was very important for us. So we went to Afia Medical Center, and we saw that the shelves there needed some stocking of medication and medical supplies. We looked at the facility, they needed some oxygen machines. We looked at, just the condition of the facility itself. And we decided that we would like to do what we can with the support of DAG. So we were able to get in touch with Philip, who is going to be speaking shortly. He's the general manager at that medical facility. So Philip is going to tell us a little bit about the struggle of the people in Goma and the Congolese people as far as accessing healthcare is concerned. So thank you. And I'm going to let Philip say more.
Hello, everyone.
Philip, maybe you can remove the virtual background because we cannot see you very well.
Okay.
It's kind of, just remove it and.
Does this work?
We don't see you at all now.
Maybe I need to change my location.
If you go to video and you go to adjust background, you can put none instead of the background that you have. And while you're doing that, I'm just going to say hello, Dr. Ahmed.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. It's so nice to see you.
كيف حالك؟ والله مشتاقين لك، شو أخباركم؟
إحنا مشتاقين لك أكتر. دكتور أحمد، في عندنا speaker from Congo that we're listening to, and a brilliant poet, a Palestinian poet from Cyprus. And can we have you and listen to them together with you?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. Shukran. We're waiting for Philippe to fix his background. Oh, there he is.
Is it fine now?
Yes, it's perfect. The lighting is not great. I don't know, maybe you can turn the light on in your room or something so we can see.
Yeah, the light is on. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all right.
Anyway,
yes,
hello to everyone.
We see you better now, yes.
Good. Hi, everyone.
Maybe Hadija, do you want to introduce Philippe?
I think he can go ahead. He can go ahead. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. As Adija has been saying, this is Philippe Batezi. I'm the general manager of the Centro Medical Afya Yetu. Afya Yetu means our health in Kiswahili, that is our local language. I am in Goma town currently in the Democratic Republic of Congo, that is the North Kivu province. As it's been said by Elvis and Adija, this is part of the country that is actually occupied by the rebels of M23 since January this year. I will just be speaking a little bit about the Centro Medical Afya Yetu that I'm currently leading. This is a hospital that is working since some good years now to provide health services to so many people, but we focus mainly on the pregnant women and the young children who are the most vulnerable. Our Centro Medical is actually located near what Brother Elvis was talking about, the internally displaced people's camps that was in Kanyaruchinya, that is north of Goma. So we were serving the vulnerable people because at the beginning of the idea, people could not have access to health. So many big hospitals were far away, and women could die on their way to hospitals during night times when they're going to deliver. And this touched us in a particular way because we had some few means. By ourselves, we decided to start this. We generally have so many women. Images could talk about that because I didn't prepare them today. I hope I will bring them on the next session. We have women who have been victims of rape cases. Others have been sexually abused. There are some who got STDs and others got pregnant when they were still very young. And we work to to heal them first physically. Then we also offer some psychological follow-up. But all these require so many funds that we don't have. And we came to meet with Adija, who, as she said last week, this week she managed to provide something, and we are here to say a great thanks to all the donors, to Doctors Against Genocide, who also worked a lot to provide this hope in our medicines. These medicines are helping us because right now, as I said, we are vulnerable people who can't afford any treatment. And as Goma is occupied, we can't have access to any service of the government. And even the financial transactions are quite difficult these times. So people will come, they will consume medicines that could help other people, but when they consume them, they can't pay anything. We have some troubles of functioning well. We have also volunteers that work as nurses, and with the cases multiplying in a few years back from now, we decided to open also a surgical room that helps also people who can't deliver normally. Right now, with this means, we managed to save a lot of lives. I would give, for instance, the case of the outbreak of the war in January. We were, of course, working difficultly before the war, but after the war, it was again critical because the outbreak was on a Sunday, that was 25th of January. The people who came at work, the morning shift of Sunday, didn't leave the hospital up to Friday, because that is when the rebels were entering the town. Everyone was running, and since the Centre Medical Affaires is close to the airport, and the airport had a lot of soldiers, there was a big fight in the hospital, near the hospital. So all the people who were wounded, all the people who died, all of them were brought to the hospital. The hospital is not that big as images will be saying, but we managed to save and do what we had to do. I will give an instance of a man who came to us. He had been shot, then he had his intestines out, like he was holding them coming. I didn't know the human body could do such great things. He was welcomed outside because of all the rooms were overwhelmed. So he was just welcomed outside with the space outside, and that is why he was treated. Like, we couldn't leave him go because they were still fighting outside. Then after 3 days, the guy was okay. When the big hospital that is called Heal Africa in Goma came, after 5 days to seek for all the people who were wounded and that we couldn't handle there, we told the guy to also go to the big hospital, and he was like, I'm totally cured, so why should I go there? And this is part of the examples, but we lost a lot of people. There were bombs that were bursting in people's homes, and Goma was so bad by that time. But thank you so much for your hope and support. As Adija said, we need so many equipments because there are cases we can't handle right now. Just last week, I could share the images, but somehow critical. We had a case of a baby who was born with a leg that was bigger than the other. It was so bad that we called a specialist in pediatric surgery. He was like, this baby will not live for long, because he thought that was cancer. But if we had the needed equipment, we could have known that before the delivery. Up to now, that is how the Centre Medical Affaires is working. Thank you for this space to share our story. Thank you for the support and everything that the Doctors Against Genocide are doing. There is a genocide going on in Congo. People don't talk about it, but the only way for us to help our community to be well is to do only our part. I believe that a healed person can heal others, but a wounded person will end up giving other people different wounds. Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much, Philippe. This is sobering, and it's an invitation for all of us to learn more about Goma, about Congo, and to find a way to restore and heal the healers and the victims. So you have no idea how much everyone appreciates you being here with us. And we will continue to learn from you. We will continue to appreciate what you do and support you as much as we can. And inshallah, a free Congo will prevail, and free women, free children who are healthy, who are capable, and free men of Congo as well, of course. So this conversation will continue. We welcome the people of Congo every single week on our Doctors Against Genocide. We want to hear from you, and we also want to hear from everyone on the ground. So Philippe in Goma, Elvis is in Goma, and anyone that you think who wants to tell their story, please bring them on. We want to hear. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Doctor. Can I add one more thing? Allow me, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, I am not from the medical background. I am a reporter, so I'm a journalist, and I have noticed something, and I think Philip probably will relate to this. Most of the patients that we found in different hospitals goes days without eating. Days. I'm not talking about 1 day, 2, 3. It goes a week without food. And most of the hospital, they may have a small kitchen, but they don't have food. They don't have anyone who's supporting them with food. So I'm sure that is something as Philippe with the team may look at, because the majority of the people that we support in those hospitals, and I can tell you, one of the things that we advocate for is even a meal a day. Food is available, but they don't have money to buy food. So that is what I wanted to add on what Philippe was saying. And thank you very much once again.
Okay. So that's something that we need to help with, and we need to raise money for Congo to buy food, to buy medicine, to help the doctors, and to help the victims of rape and sexual violence reestablish themselves. So thank you, Elvis, for this.
Yeah, Elvis, if you can work with Philip and find a way to buy the food for the hospital kitchens, we're happy to support this and fund it too, please, because we don't want patients to also be starving. I mean, it seems that famine and starvation have been weaponized as a weapon of genocide all over, because all these genocides, they have the similar characteristics, whether in Gaza or Sudan or Congo. Starving people has become, I mean, in the 21st century, I mean, in the 21st century with all this videotape, it's just unconscionable that we have people being killed by starvation in front of our eyes, while there is tons and lots of money and food all over the place. But this also just proves the fact that starvation is being weaponized to kill more people that the bombs cannot reach. So, Philip, please work on this, and whatever it takes, let us know, and we're happy to fund this too.
That's fine. We'll work on that.
Thank you. We will work on that. I'll visit Philip this week.
Yes, please. And we need more pictures. I want to see the beautiful people of Congo and how it looks. We need to see this. And because Dr. Ahmed Farah wants to see Congo too, wants to see Goma. And I know we have a scheduled Karama, but I think Dr. Ahmed has Dr. Fadl with him, and they had a hard time with the connection, if you don't mind. Can we go to Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Fadl from Al Ahli? Or am I mistaken? Dr. Ahmed? You are muted, Dr. Ahmed.
Dalia, are you good? Waiting for Dr. Okay, good.
Yes, please.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام. أول اسمع بدي أحكي لك، يسعد دينك أنت يا دكتور أحمد.
يسعد أنا لما شفتك يسعد دينك أنت.
أنت تفكر
أول حاجة الحمد لله على سلامتك. أقسم بالله لما شفتك إن يعني شعرت بسعادة بالغة جدا. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
يا اسمع
حبيب قلبي، كلكم حبايبي والله، كلكم منورين. كرامة، إيمان، دانيا، داليا، سوي، ميسة، والله كلكم منورين المكان والزمان. والله
دكتور احمد
جميعا.
انت بتفكر you think
في شباب دكتور احمد في
you
بن
are
الشباب كلهم على راسي، كلهم على راسي وحبايبي، كلهم حبايبي.
بس no, دكتور احمد بس بيحكي عن الصبايا بس. دكتور احمد انت تفكر you think that we are supporting you, although whenever we see you we feel you are supporting us, so we all feel empowered when we see you. والله
Yes.
يسلمك. تفضل يلا, it's all yours. and Dr. تفضل with you.
Today, first, it is a big honor for me to be again with that amazing Zoom, amazing webinar with my friends, with my beloved friends, male and female. Today, I have a surprise. Today, I am in my office in the hospital now. We are in duty 24 hours. Here beside me, Dr. Hussam Al-Tawil. He's thoracic surgery. He's coming from Germany to support us. This is what we looking for. They are doing their best. They are leaving their families, their sons, daughters, and coming to Palestine. They are fighting with us in surviving people, treating people, try to helping us as soon as possible. Dr. Hussam is one of our amazing doctor. He will talk in a brief about his visit to Gaza and his situation and the situation in Gaza in a brief. And next we have another guest will talk also, please. تفضل دكتور حسام.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm very happy and glad to have me here in your Zoom meeting. I'm really awesome and happy to find you and to meet you all. My name is Hussam Al-Tawil. I'm a thoracic surgeon from Germany. Actually, it is not my first visit to Gaza. It is my third visit during the war. The last two visits was in April 24, and the second one was in December 24 also. And I tried every time to come. I tried 2 times also before, but it was not accepted. Actually, every time I came to Gaza, I find the situation catastrophe, the extent of destruction of the infrastructure of the health system, of the infrastructure of the hospitals. It is really amazing. It is undescribable. It is really very bad. You imagine there is a small hospital or a hospital like Nasser Hospital serving about more than 1 million people von the people in Gaza. Under these extreme circumstances of destruction, of genocide, the type of the injuries which we see every day in the casualty, it is very complicated. It is like injuries which cannot be managed within a small hospital like in Nasser. The doctors here, they are doing amazing arbeit. We are really surprised from their fighting soul, from their ability to continue to work under these circumstances with this lack of maintenance, lack of materials, lack in everything, but they are getting and they are able to do amazing work. Actually, as I told Dr. Ahmed, we are here not to help them. We are here on the first to help ourselves. We are here to learn from them how to get survived, to learn from them this soul of fighting and how to be in such situations able to make this wonder and this miracle of being survived and of being still giving the service of this of the health service which we are seeing every day. Sorry, I didn't prepare myself for such a meeting, but it was really happy, and it was really very nice to meet you all guys. And I can say I will repeat and I will come once more, and every time it is possible to come. Of course, you know, in Germany, how is the situation, how is the media. We are trying to change all of these circumstances. We are trying to change and to affect the media to be at least neutral and fair. We are getting some success in this direction. Although it is not easy to affect the media in such issue. But we are trying, and I'm really saying I'm here and first of all to help myself, to be with my colleagues, to be with my people, to be with my family, and to help them as much as I can. And but the catastrophe is really beyond every imagination, is beyond the extent of destruction, is really undescribable. And we have Gaza needs the cooperation and the help from every point, from every party, from everyone in this world to get Gaza from this catastrophe. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm really glad to see you all. And yeah, I hope the best for Gaza, and we'll repeat coming, inshallah.
Dr. Nidal, we are so proud. We are so proud by our colleagues. They are doing their best. They are saved a lot of cases. They did their best effort. They are doing amazing job. You know, Dr. Hussam told me at the first, we are not here to help you. I swear to God, we are not here to help you. We are here to help ourselves, to help our belief, to help our families. Because when we are here, we are feeling that our families and our children and our boys and our daughters, they are feeling well, and they are feeling satisfied that everything is done to support that innocent people. Here also I have Dr. Hussam Shammar, Dr. Walid Shammar. He's a pulmonologist from Yemen, from Sana'a. He's in Germany. He's pulmonologist doctor. He will talk in brief about his visit to Gaza. Please, doctor.
Yeah, we love the people of Yemen. Thank you for coming. Thank you for going to Gaza.
Thank you very much. Hello, مساء الخير. My English is not very well, but I will try to speak with you in English. Yeah, I am here. This is the first time.
Speak in Yemeni or
كلام
Arabic.
عربي. مساء الخير. اسمي الدكتور وليد شمر، أخصائي صدرية. أعمل حاليا في ألمانيا، وكنت أنا من اليمن، من شمال اليمن. سعيد جدا أن التقيت بكم هنا. سوف أشرح لكم يعني الوضع الذي وجدته هنا في المستشفى. للأسف الشديد الوضع سيء جدا جدا بما تحمله الكلمة بمعنى. أنا أشتغل حاليا في قسم الصدرية، وفي بعض الأحيان أقوم بعملية التنظير لبعض المرضى. للأسف الشديد لا يوجد هنا إلا الفورسبس من أجل عمل البرونكوسكوبي. لا نستطيع عمل بيوبسي لنقص المواد.
دكتور خلينا أترجم. معلش اسمك كمان مرة لو سمحت.
وليد شمر.
Dr. Walid Shamar. He's a Yemeni German pulmonary doctor. He's on a mission now to Gaza. He's at Al Nasser Hospital with Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Hussam. He's a pulmonologist, so they're trying to help cases of lung disease in Gaza. He's saying that the situation is very bad. There are so many patients, but unfortunately they don't have tools. The tools that the doctors need to do these procedures, bronchoscopies, are not available. They are lacking in Gaza. They only have. Tell me more about the forceps. They only have one forceps, Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Walid.
وليد نعم، لا يوجد إلا الفورسبس، وللأسف الشديد الجهاز لا يوجد إلا جهاز أو زاوند واحدة أو أنبوب واحد لعمل البرونكوسكوبي، ولا يعني إذا حبيت أنك نعمل لأكثر من مريض يجب استبدالها أو تقوم بعملية التطهير، نحتاج ساعة إلى ساعتين من أجل عمل تنظير جديد للمرضى. هذا من الناحية الأخرى.
خلينا نترجم لدكتور وليد. So for the lung specialists, the pulmonary doctors, they do bronchoscopies on the patients if they have any lung disease. This requires a probe. It's called an ultrasound probe that goes into the trachea and the lungs to look to see what pathology is there and how they can help them. He's saying that they only have one probe at Nasser Hospital. That they can use it once, but they have to wait another hour before they can use or see another patient because it needs to be sterilized. And this process is very time consuming, despite that they have too many people that need to be helped. It seems that other hospitals, they do have multiple of these probes, so they don't need to wait each time to sterilize it and use it again. If you are in a hospital that is fully equipped, you will have many of these probes and you can help many patients at the same time, and you don't need to wait between each patient and the next one. تفضل دكتور وليد.
بالنسبة للنتائج الفحوصات، فمثلا قيل لي بأن الهستوباثولوجي يحتاج إلى 40 يوم لكي تظهر النتيجة، فهذا وقت طويل، يعني تقريبا شهر ونصف من أجل الحصول على نتيجة الهستوباثولوجي.
بالنسبة for the histopathology results, when they take a biopsy from the lung, they need to send it to pathology, and usually in here in the United States and hospitals in Germany in the West, actually there is something called the frozen section where you get the results right away, and in other hospitals at max you get the report by the second, the third day. He's saying that in Gaza, because of the destruction of the pathology lab and equipments, to get the results of the biopsy to know if it's cancer, if it's not cancer, if it's an infection, it takes 45 days. 45 days by itself is a death sentence, waiting on the treatment, deciding what treatment the patient needs, to wait on that just to get a biopsy result, which we can get it instantly anywhere else in the world, or at maximum next day, is a death sentence to the patient if they are having hemorrhage, if they have a fungus infection, if they have a cancer, because all these things you need timely intervention and timely treatment. تفضل دكتور وليد.
بالنسبة لاحظت أو قيل لي بأن هنالك أكثر من 3 أمراض يعانون من السلة الرئوية التبركلوز، وكانت الإحصائية قبل الحرب هي 0 حالة، الآن على الأقل 3 حالات. هذا يدل على الوضع السيء سواء في المخيمات أو انعدام التغذية، النظافة، ووجود الأمراض أو الالتهابات المزمنة والمعدية.
So Dr. Walid is bringing a very important point along the same lines of the recurrence of polio and Guillain-Barré syndrome and all these illnesses, the infection that have been eradicated from Gaza. He is raising the alarm that cases of tuberculosis that was the rate of infection in Gaza at 0 rate before this genocide. Now they are seeing 3 to 4 cases. And this is most probably due to the destruction of the sanitation, the water, the crowded living conditions, that these infections that have been eradicated from Gaza, like polio, like TB, it's coming back, and unfortunately it's coming back to a destroyed health system that also cannot treat them well. تفضل دكتور وليد.
بالنسبة للأمراض المزمنة مثل السل الرئوي أو الربو، لا توجد البخاخات أو السبراي اللي في المستشفيات، يوجد صنف أو صنفين، ونحن نتكلم عن 20 إلى 30 صنف موجودة أو المتوفرة أو يمكن أن تتوفر في هذه الظروف.
As far as the medications and the inhalers that we use to treat cases of COPD and asthma, there's a significant lack of these inhalers that these people depend on for their life. If you know any patient of asthma, if you are not a doctor, I know doctors know that, but these people, for them having these inhalers is a life-saving, intervention. It is not something that they can live without. Dr. Walid is sharing that there is only 1 or 2 types of these inhalers, and the most basic ones and most of the compound inhalers, the more potent or effective inhalers, are not available there in Gaza. And this also builds on what Anthony and what our earlier speaker said, that many people are dying, and what Dr. Ben Thompson said, many people are dying not just from bombs, they are dying from lack of care for their chronic conditions, either due to the medication, due to the intervention, the treatment, the biopsy, the pathology. Most of these people who are easily treatable anywhere else in the world are dying now because of this engineered, intentional deprivation of healthcare, the medicide, and the famine and the starvation and the epidemics and the spread of disease. تفضل دكتور وليد.
بالنسبة للعناية المركزة لا يوجد البي جي اي التحليل arterial blood gases اي بي جي والالكترولايت مش موجود، وللأسف الشديد البرونكوسكوبي لا يعمل البرونكوسكوبي يحتاج إلى صيانة أو يحتاج إلى جهاز جديد في العناية المركزة، يعني لا يمكن عمل ذلك. حتى أجهزة البياتمونج يعني للأسف الشديد ليست جديدة وتحتاج إلى صيانة بشكل دوري.
So Dr. Walid is also saying that at the Nasser Hospital is the only remaining major hospital in Gaza. So we're not talking about a small clinic. This is the biggest, the major hospital remaining in Gaza and in Khan Yunis now. So even at that hospital, which is supposed to be a referral hospital, which is already receiving all the patients who have been forcibly displaced from the north, their bronchoscopy machine is not working. And for all the doctors here, this is the first time I knew about this. The ABG, arterial blood gas. Arterial blood gas, if you are a doctor, if you have ever been to the ICU or a nurse or a healthcare worker, you know that arterial blood gas is so fundamental, so basic, that you can never run any ventilator, any patient on a ventilator, any ICU without having immediate access to ABG all the time. If those who work in the ICU, we know that we used to do, or we have to do the ABG every hour to adjust the ventilator settings, especially for the acute patient, the new patients admitted to the ICU, without knowing their blood gases in the blood, without having this ready available. Our treatment will be blind. We are like, you're just assuming that they need this or that. You cannot adjust the oxygen level. You cannot adjust the volume of the machine the right way, and this is by itself is lethal. So when you hear like with this bombing, 10 people got killed and you have 50 injuries. Of the 50, let's say 25 are critical in the ICU. Most of those 25 end up dying because the care of the ICU, the lack of care, because they don't have these tools, they end up dying and we don't know about them. They are not usually counted. So that is very important. People are not just dying by the bombs immediately, they are dying later on due to the hospital care. Because, I mean, we know these injuries, these people are getting like the most massive bombs in the world thrown on them and the most severe crush injuries. This means they have to be treated, if there's a chance they will survive, they have to be treated the most sophisticated, the most, equipped intensive care units in the world. But to put these people in an intensive care unit that does not have a bronchoscope, that does not have arterial blood gas, and that most of their ventilators are old, are in bad shape, we know that most of these people will not make it anyway. So that's very important. This is very important insight, Dr. Walid. Thank you for sharing this.
شكرا جزيلا. أعطيتكم نقطة من بحر من المشاكل أو من المشاكل التي رأيناها خلال أسبوع فقط، وأتمنى أن تصل الأمور إلى الأفضل، وشكرا جزيلا على الاستضافة.
احنا صراحة حابين نشكرك. We want to thank you and thank Dr. Hussam for coming, for making this huge sacrifice to be there with our people in Gaza. We really appreciate it. And God protect you, all of you, and along with Dr. Ahmed and all the people of Gaza, Allah يفرجها. And I want to end with a note: عاش اليمن، تحيا اليمن، شكرا لليمن. Thank you,
Thank
Yemen.
you. السلام عليكم. الله يخليك. شكرا.
Dr. Nidal, in 1 minute, please.
It's all now. What do you mean 1 minute? We need 10 minutes, 15 minutes from you.
Thank you, my brother. I want to mention that yesterday night I visited the ICU. I would support what you mentioned, Dr. Nidal. I saw my colleague, Dr. Shaza Abu Ishaq, which is one of the most brilliant professional doctors in pediatric. She was crying. I thought that she was crying about something for belongs to her family or something. No, she was having a case with intractable convulsion, and she don't have electrolyte. She don't have calcium to know is the case hypocalcemia or electrolyte imbalance. She told me, Dr. Ahmed, the convulsion is not aborted by anticonvulsant. I just want to know what about the calcium? Maybe hypocalcemia do that. I don't have electrolyte. Another case that they have inborn error of metabolism and presented with picture of sepsis, and she don't have arterial blood gases. She doesn't know if she's in acidosis or alkalosis to give sodium bicarb or don't give sodium bicarb. She was collapsed and she was cried and she was shocked because she studied medicine, she studied pediatrics, she's amazing in pediatrics, she knows everything, but she don't have any equipment or any instrument or any paramedical aids to help her in diagnosis. This is the first I would like to mention. The second I would like to mention, and I sent it for Dr. Karam and Dr. Nidal. Today I visited the neonatal ICU in the morning. It was horrible situation. 3 neonate premature were put in one incubator. This is unbelievable. This is not happening in any place in the world, in any spot in the world. You can imagine that 3 babies, one of them we suspected that his sepsis put near other 2 premature babies. This means that we are will terminate the 3 of them if that neonate were in sepsis. But we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We are in a trouble. I found UNICEF. I found WHO. I found everyone. I found my friend. I talked now with Doctors Against Genocide. What we can do? What is the guilty that these babies did for Benjamin Netanyahu to do that with them? What is the guilty that these babies do for Donald Trump to support Benjamin Netanyahu in doing that siege and that closing the borders toward these babies? What is the guilty that done for a fetus in the womb of his mother to be punished like that and to be aborted by treated abortion due to evacuation and due to evacuation from Gaza to Khan Yunis? The last thing I have to mention that we have a case, an outbreak of acute bronchiolitis, and it is severe. They are have severe respiratory distress. Babies who's below 6 months of old, they are in extreme respiratory distress, and they need nebulizers. No electricity outside the hospital. The number of people who are waiting for just to do nebulizer, they are waiting in nearly 10 or 15 women, every woman handling her baby and waiting for her turn to take a nebulizer or a brief of a nebulizer, and then she come back and to stay on the mattress on the floor or on the ground because there is no beds. This is the situation nowadays in Gaza. I swear to God, this is the most critical time that we are passing through the 2 years. There is a crowdedness in everywhere. There is shortening, as my colleagues mentioned before. There is outbreaks in acute bronchiolitis, in malnutrition, but we have the hope. We have the hope and belief. As we see your support, my friend, your feeling toward us, we have more strong and more strong. I swear again and again, when we meet you in this webinar, we feeling that we are more stronger and we will do our best. This is our message. We have to deliver our message. We have to survive them. We have to help our people, either child, either neonate, either baby, either adult, either woman. We have to help them, and we have support from our colleague from Yemen, from Palestine, from Germany, from our friends all over the world. Thank you. Inshallah, God bless you. I respect all of you, women and men. Thank you again. Karama is laughing. I like this laughing. Karama, always laughing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hope to meet you again. Thank you, my friend.
Wallahi, Dr. Al-Farra, I only laugh when you come.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
It's truly, it's the other way around. You are the one who keeps us going. You are the one who can make us feel like, okay, we can keep working because maybe we are making a difference. ومنضلنا مقصرين. We are not doing enough. We are not doing enough.
No way. You are doing your best. What you are doing is not. I think it is equal and more, sometimes more extra than we are offering and doing. I swear to God.
That is because you are way too kind. Stay with us, Dr. Ahmed. We are going to hear a very powerful poem from Dalia.
I'm here.
Fakili. Dalia is a Palestinian Iranian activist, educator, researcher, and a writer. She's born and raised in Germany. Welcome, Dalia.
Iranian.
And she is a gender-based violence and anti-racism expert. She provides training worldwide, particularly to professionals working with refugees on developing inclusive and equitable practices. I think, Dalia, I hope you feel that you find yourself in the right place, because we support the refugees, the displaced people. We think displacement is part of genocide. And the way I connected with Dalia is through Roxana. Roxana sent Dalia's poem to a group that we are on. I read it and I just felt that I needed to speak to Dalia. So I reached out to her, and within days she agreed, and she's coming and she will read her poem and she will tell us about herself a little bit. Thank you, Dalia. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me. I apologize, I'm a bit emotional. Hearing all these testimonies made me cry, and I feel so heartbroken for our people and also for our siblings in Congo. I'm incredibly humbled to be here with you. I am incredibly proud of all of you. I am amazed, and there's so much admiration from my side. I just wanted to say that. So thank you again for having me here.
Thank you.
I can't express how proud I am of all of you. So I'm actually a writer. The pieces I write, the guides I write are very academic. Usually, I usually write articles, political articles, or guides for psychologists and lawyers who work with refugees, and try to facilitate a way for them to work with them in a culturally appropriate way. The poems, my poetry emerged or was birthed through my speechlessness, because I wanted to write big text, big articles, and I could not come up with words anymore. I was completely speechless. From the past 2 years, being half Palestinian, my family is in Jenin. My husband is originally Ghazawi. He lost 45 members of his family in Gaza. So it has been hard for us, and I had no words anymore. So that's how poetry came, because I could only speak in a couple of sentences, and that's all that came out of me. But thank you for inviting me, and I'm happy that it resonates with you. I appreciate that. And if you don't mind, I will read the poem that you chose.
Please.
It's quite short.
Please, Habibti, go ahead.
We live in the same city. I taste genocide in my morning coffee. You taste hazelnut. So this emerged from that dystopian duality that we are living in, right? So we go, we live amongst these people who are just, going on with their day, with their lives, and we have to live with all these images that we cannot unsee anymore, with this crime of humanity that is actually conducted against our people, against the Palestinian people. So I wrote another one in this sense. You talk about dinner plans. I think about children whose last meal was dust, yet somehow we sit at the same table. And the last one of my dystopian duality part is, you complain the coffee is bitter. I wonder how bitter the earth tastes to a mother kissing the ground where her baby lies. So yeah, these were from the days where I just dropped off my child in kindergarten, seeing all these mothers having these, small talks about such unimportant matters, while all I'm thinking about is the genocide 24/7. So I do feel like we are living in these two realities, but sharing the same sky, and it feels almost shameless to me. So yeah, thank you for letting me share that.
Dalia, do you want to read the whole poem?
So it's like different small brackets. I just have I have more.
Yes, please read them all. They're so powerful, please.
From that carousel, or I have a lot of other poems.
Yeah, please.
From that.
Take it, whatever
Okay.
poems you want to share, please share.
I wish milk would fall from the sky, soft and warm as rain in spring, so no mother would ever have to hold a starving child and say, "There's nothing left." Let it pour through the clouds, through the blockages, through the rubble, into every open mouth. Let the sky do what the world refused. And let me see. Did I go insane, or did the world split into one reality wrapped in comfort, another wrapped in shrouds? You call me depressing, but you are the one who sets the table while fathers carry their children in pieces. Am I the one trapped in a genocidal dystopia, or are you the one trapped in a genocidal system? One of us fights against it, the other one sustains it. Maybe it's you who lost your mind, because how can you live day to day, leaving footprints of blood, and call it alive? You ask why I'm not fun anymore, because you dance to music while I hear the cries beneath it. I miss those days when laughter was enough to hold us together, but now you dream in bright colors while I wake to a world painted in blood. The sun rose for both of us. You call it beautiful, I call it proof that cruelty has no shame. What is genocide to the one who does not look? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Dalia.
you.
Very powerful.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to read my poems. I'm actually a very shy person. So it
Believe
really.
me, we're all shy people. None of us is used to this. It's the genocide. Because you just said, what is genocide to someone who does not look? And this genocide made all of us have to look and have to speak up. None of us here has been used to be a speaker or be on webinars or to be in public, and we're not enjoying it. We wish that we never had to do it. But we refuse to be one of those types that say that do not look. And if you look at the genocide, you cannot unsee it. You cannot unsee it if you are a human being. You cannot unsee it. And once you see it, you have to speak. You have to be out. You have to do everything you can. And thank you for doing this. Thank you for speaking up, for writing this. These very deep, emotional, human feelings that we all have been going through. It's like a roller coaster of insanity, inhumanity, pain, and on top of that, that with all what we're going through emotionally, people here in the West or all over the world, knowing that this is just 1 in a billion fraction of what the people in Gaza are going through, and we're not able to stop it. We haven't been able to do much to make this nightmare stop, makes it much and much worse. So we need all kind of voices. We need the poets. We need the human inside all of us. We need the doctors. We need the engineers. We need the nurses. We need the politicians. We need the veterans, the ex-veterans. We need the army. We need everyone to help with us. And in an ideal world, it will be our armies, our CIA, our FBI, who should stop these crimes, not us. This is their job. The only reason we are speaking up is because they failed their job. They should not be coming at us. They should be going at the criminals who are committing the genocides. They should not be accusing us that we are inciting violence. All what we're asking for is peace. Stop the killing. Save the children. What is violent about that? What is violent about asking our politicians, our armies, our leaders to stop genocide, stop mass slaughtering children, stop starving children? This is the most peaceful ask in the world that should have never been asked to start with. The fact that they're forcing you, the shy person, me that who never was on Zoom before or never wanted to speak to public, most of us are just people minding their own business. We have families, we have kids, we have jobs, and we just want to do our jobs. But because they failed their job, that's why us, the people of the world, we, the people of good conscience, who cannot unsee this, who cannot turn the other, to the other side, that is upon us to stop it. Thank you. Karama.
Yes, Nidal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for grounding us as always. I hope Asfia is here, Dr. Asfia Kader, who is our colleague and our friend. She is a tireless psychiatrist. She's a child psychiatrist. Her work is focused on delivering psychiatric care to children, but she has also been a very vocal anti-genocide activist. She is also one of the founders and members of Sanad, where she raises critical testimony on the suppression of medical voices and targeting of healthcare workers in conflict zones. And she has been building a lot of knowledge on this subject. She is an incredible thinker, an incredible writer. She helped us a lot with the campaign Sick from Genocide. Asfia is a brilliant thinker, and we always love her work, and we would like her to speak to us about her last publication that she wrote that has been extremely powerful. Asfia, are you with us? Can you please unmute and...
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Asfia. Please.
Am I clear on the screen and
You're
audio is
perfect.
good as well?
You look amazing.
Okay. Am I the last speaker today?
I mean, after you, we will have just DAG members speak amongst themselves.
For sure. For
And
sure. Okay.
Dr. Ahmed is always with us too, so he's an open time speaker. He will always finish
No, and
things.
I'm happy
Right.
to also field any questions, but I'll invite people to DM me directly also. So thank you so much, Karama, for the lovely introduction. And thank you, everybody, for holding the space. Special, Dalia, to be in your presence is a blessing. Thank you for sharing. And that was so, I think it speaks to the truth of the matter. And I think no matter what path leads us here, what profession, what personal, identities that we hold, ultimately what we're doing is we are speaking truth, and we're insisting on truth in a world that is very much overrun by a circus of lies and all of the corruption and harm to human life that comes from that. And so it's a very important thing. It's a core principle, and many of us are working hard at this principle in every space of repression to speak up and to insist on speaking truth. And so that's a lot of what this article was. But as always, when I begin, I always want to give a special note of acknowledgement to my own teachers, our Palestinian colleagues who have been advocating and teaching and educating for generations. Many of us who are coming together in these last 2 years, we are experiencing the most intense learning curve of all. And, we must do everything we can to show up. And this is a time of unprecedented sacrifice, of unprecedented generosity, unprecedented learning. And this is why we come together in community, because we cannot do this alone. We have to sustain, and we sustain in community. So I'll talk about an article that I published last week. It's been 1 week now. And perhaps we can share the link to the Substack article either now or after. And I'll close with some practical steps for people to take, especially my colleagues who are physicians. I can speak to the role of a physician most specifically because that's my role, and healthcare workers in general. But I think physicians have a very specific role that I'd like to highlight today. One of the reasons that I wrote the article is because I actually wanted to reach to non-healthcare workers. Some of us, speak to each other, and we know about the repression happening within our medical institutions. We're communicating with one another, and we know about the talks that have been canceled, the panels that have been canceled, the pressure campaigns, waged either against individuals in healthcare or against the hospitals and clinics we work at in order to specifically remove any talk of the genocide, any talk of Palestinian health. And all of that is part of the genocide. And so I'm acutely aware that folks who are not inside of our hospitals, who are not healthcare workers, who are not physicians and nurses, might not realize, most people don't realize the role that our hospitals, specifically in the US, have in powering this genocide. This genocide could not happen without the support and the work that our hospitals are doing. The fact that not a single hospital in 2 years has condemned the genocide, has named it, has called for the protection of children and families, has called for accountability for the bombing of 36 hospitals, right? That's not a coincidence. And hospitals truly are gaslighting the American public when they say that they're being neutral. And so part of the responsibility falls on healthcare workers to communicate to the public what's happening inside the hospitals, because the number one, I always say this, the number one stakeholders in our hospitals are the people, right? The people that we serve, the people, the communities that our hospitals are supposed to tend and serve and care for. And so this article is very much for those who are not in healthcare, as much as it is for those of us in healthcare. So please do lift it up, amplify it, read it, spread it, share it with your family members. Everybody needs to have this knowledge. So for some perspective, I am a child and adolescent psychiatrist. I work at Prairie Care Newport, which is the largest provider of mental health services for youth in the US, secondary to the carceral system itself. And what's really important to know is that what that means is that there is a responsibility that the hospital has to deliver care to our patients, to our families. And in a time of unprecedented need within, especially our BIPOC communities, we need clinicians and healthcare workers and mental health providers who are educated and trained to do trauma-informed care. We need therapists who are skilled. We need healthcare workers that are trained and have access to clinical knowledge so that they can truly care for your families and our families. So 1 year ago, I gave a talk on mental health care within 3 specific patient populations: Palestinian community, Black communities, and local indigenous communities, specifically giving the history of the expulsion of the Dakota from the state of Minnesota. I talked about the legacies of chattel slavery. I talked about ongoing Nakba. I talked about boarding schools and reservations. I explained the mechanics of genocide and how censorship and erasure prelude and pave the path for genocide and peak during a genocide. And this is what we're seeing in this moment with all of this erasure throughout our hospitals. 1 hour after that talk, a very prominent Zionist organization within Minnesota, the JCRC, pressured the hospital to then remove the talk. The next morning, the talk was removed. A public apology by the hospital was made to the public. And since then, that talk has effectively been banned. And this is not a unique situation. And so one of the points of the article, and today is actually the first time in this particular webinar that I'm presenting the preliminary data on the censorship across our hospitals across the US. These are not isolated exceptions. So I mentioned the JCRC, and I think this is really important. The way that censorship happens is very formulaic. It's very structured. I wasn't familiar with the JCRC before this moment, but since I have learned a little bit more. So the JCRC stands for the Jewish Community Relations Council. And this is an organization that evolved out of the ADL many years ago and currently has many regional chapters throughout the US. So probably most infamously in Minnesota, the JCRC was on the radar when they pressured the University of Minnesota to rescind the offer of hiring to Dr. Raz Siegel, who is a renowned, internationally well-respected Jewish scholar of the Holocaust. And he became very well known because in October 2023, he called the genocide a textbook case of genocide. And for that reason, the JCRC targeted him, and he subsequently is not here in Minnesota. The JCRC in California has done a lot to remove access to ethnic studies in academic centers. And on the East Coast, most recently, the JCRC just did a smear campaign against Janan Matari. And so the JCRC is very well resourced, very active, and it behooves us, especially physicians working in hospitals and clinics, to understand the role of various organizations that collaborate with our hospitals in order to then erase critical information that our patients need and that we have a right to speak up about in this moment. So the article itself gives my example, but then it goes into a deeper analysis of the actual language and the mechanics of the gaslighting that are often used in our hospitals in order to enact this eliminationist policy and practice. And so the important point here is that all of these policies of erasure and getting us to stop speaking through intimidation, threats, things like that, is in the service of enabling the genocide. And so I'll just, if I may, I just want to read an excerpt from the article itself so you get a sense of the analysis. So while there are many well-characterized psychological tactics used to silence healthcare workers, daring to speak up about Palestinian health and name Israel's genocide. The institutional weaponizing of safety and inclusion merits specific attention. In my own case, this took the form of gaslighting using trauma-informed care principles with the end result of erasing Palestinian voices. As a trauma-informed psychiatrist, I can tell you that psychological safety is the first core principle of trauma-informed care. And the clinical definition of psychological safety is not at all about emotional discomfort or experiencing upset feelings. Zionists who claim they feel upset or unsafe in order to pressure medical settings to eliminate Palestinian voices are enacting structural violence against Palestinians as an extension of genocide. Requiring Palestinian narratives to be accompanied by Zionist narratives, lest the healthcare talk be deemed quote-unquote one-sided and eliminated, this chaperoning of Palestinian voices, effectively imposing the control of a checkpoint, is an extension of occupation, not inclusion. And so this is exactly what I was experiencing. And, you know, I feel as a psychiatrist, I can speak to deconstructing the gaslighting. And I think that's a really important knowledge to have, because this is what plays out in our university settings as well, right? These are repeated formulas. And when you recognize them, there are very specific things that we can do in response to navigate through that repression to continue to speak up. And so that's what I'll also point you towards in how you can also learn how to do some of those skills before I close out today. The unique thing in this article is not only the analysis, deconstructing the gaslighting arguments, but also presenting for the first time preliminary data of a survey that a colleague and I actually did over the course of many months to try to hear from our colleagues across the US of their experiences of censorship. And I think it's very pertinent to share some of that here. So the preliminary findings demonstrate incidents of suppression across California, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New York, Oregon, Virginia, and Washington state. Healthcare workers censored include physicians, nurses, social workers, and allied health professionals. The content was most often prevented from being taught at all. The silenced healthcare workers report working in family medicine, pediatrics, psychiatry, anesthesiology, critical care, OB-GYN, and neurology. Some were even in DEIB roles at the time, involved in health equity and anti-racist initiatives, ostensibly to improve patient care. The data further shows erasure of Palestinian health education across private hospitals, county hospitals, and community-based health settings within for-profit and not-for-profit healthcare organizations. The alarms are sounding. The elimination of Palestinian health education in the midst of the Gaza genocide is a systematic nationwide phenomenon unfolding with the impunity across healthcare institutions today. So this is information that a lot of people don't have, but that we are building on this research, and we'll certainly have updated data to report some time from now. But my point is just to say, it is one apparatus, it is one system. The destruction of hospitals in Gaza and the repression within medical institutions, preventing physicians and healthcare workers from organizing and mobilizing to end the genocide here on the ground in the US are part of the same system. And this is what Dr. Abu Sitta conceptualized and framed as the genocide enablement apparatus. And so this is the language that we need to be using as healthcare workers when we talk about the repression and the censorship within our healthcare spaces, that when our hospitals are, enacting various types of intimidation tactics against us to get us to stop speaking up, that is very intentional, and that's part of this genocide enablement. And so we need to call it what it is and label it. And I think the public have a right to know about it, right? As a mental health professional, I can tell you, I'm going through all these mental acrobats trying to figure out where I can safely send my patients for therapy. Where do I send my patients? I'm on the phone with therapists in the community trying to get an understanding of, do they understand this situation? What is their stance on genocide? Because ethically, I cannot send my patients to another healthcare worker who doesn't oppose genocide. One of the things that I'm thinking about a lot more, and it's a really important point, I just want to kind of say it out loud here, is that the impunity that Israel has had and the US has had in bombing, besieging, destroying, and attacking hospitals in Gaza, effectively removing protections from hospitals and establishing that as the new norm, that has repercussions here locally. Our hospitals also here in the US will no longer have protections, right? There will be exceptions now. And so we're seeing that even in this week, we're seeing in Chicago, ICE going into the ER, right? In April, a hospital here in Minnesota collaborated with ICE and allowed a hospital employee to be abducted by ICE from the hospital basement. That's in April. We know that ICE has gone into surgical wards, right? We've seen videos of this. And just as a reminder, what we find out in the videos, what becomes public knowledge is the tip of the iceberg, right? And so all of this really begs the question, what is the role of a physician in this time? There's a lot that we can do and a lot that we should be doing to protect our patients right here on the ground that we care for, to protect access to safe clinical care through protecting clinical knowledge and training in our hospitals. And there's a lot that we can do to hold our hospitals accountable for their role in the genocide. And so the question is more a matter of skill. What are the strategies? How do we do this effectively? How do we do this in a way that we can make a difference and not reflexively just be quiet because we're afraid we might lose our job, right? So there are very specific strategies that are tried and true. I'm an example of that. I don't do anything just out of emotion or reactively. Everything is very well thought out, and I have a lot of support before I go into any kind of effort. And I can tell you last week that not only did I publish the Substack, but I also sent another email to the hospital executives that I work with, challenging them on the needs of our patients locally that we're not able to train adequately on to learn how to care for them best. So what I'll close with is just saying that, as with anything in medicine, especially if you are somebody who cares for complex patients and you go into scenarios that can feel overwhelming if you don't have the clinical training, what do we do the first time we see something? We're overwhelmed. We don't know how to move through it. We don't know what the protocols are. So we learn, right? We learn through didactic, we learn through lectures, we learn through reading, through seminars, through communicating with our colleagues who have already done this and know how to do this, right? And so it's a matter of learning a skill set. And once we learn that, we also have, consultation with our colleagues. And I'll say, I've had the opportunity to consult with my colleagues who have also started to speak up within hospitals and figured out how to navigate any kind of retaliation that they may anticipate. And I've also been on the receiving end of my colleagues' advice. So there's a community that is building, that is growing, and that is learning how to do this. And if you are a physician, it's now. Now more than ever, we need to be able to speak up inside of our hospitals. It's a complementary way of strategizing, in addition to the work we do in the community and mobilizing. We must speak up in our hospitals. And so I've benefited very much from the work within Solidarity Network for doctors and healthcare workers that Karama mentioned at the beginning, Sanad. There's a podcast, a YouTube channel, they have an Instagram. But what I would say is DM me directly if you're interested in finding out what the possibilities are for you as a healthcare worker, especially as a physician, to figure out your positionality and what you might be able to do. There are a lot of different avenues for how you can speak up within a hospital and promote advocacy. And so I think my email can probably be shared in addition to the Substack. And so people can certainly reach out to me. And yeah, this is the time. I think I'm just going to exhale. It's been a lot.
Thank you
But
so
I'm
much,
very supported in the work
Asfia,
that
for your tireless work on this. And I'll look for your email and I'll post it. Thank you. And I encourage everyone to read Asfia's article. It gives framework for what we have all been experiencing. And I'll also put another link to another article that actually Nidal posted the other day on how our efforts in the hospital to raise awareness about genocide are considered disruptive or violent incitement or harassment or advocacy or activism, but not scholarship, when we all know that genocide affects every single aspect of health, just like we heard from Dr. Ben Thompson, just like we heard from Dr. Farra. So it is gaslighting to the highest degree. We should not fall for it. Genocide is a medical health catastrophe and medical health crisis that should activate every single one of us to do something about it, to prevent it, to stop it in its track, and to make it never happen again. And I think we will move to Dr. Al Farra again. Dr. Ahmed, you're still with us?
Of course.
Yeah, hala. You sent us a video that we will play for everyone so that we can see with our own eyes what is happening in the NICU in Al Nasser Medical Center.
Please.
Maysa, can you please can you show it to us?
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll find it.
Yes, thank you so much.
Dr. Farah, I'm in Nablus again. You should be visiting.
Yes,
What do you
please.
rate Knafi?
Yes, Knafi is a must. I haven't had yet.
When was the last time you had the Knafi, Dr. Ahmed?
Last time?
Yeah.
2 years ago.
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
لكن but if Mesa and Karama they have it, I already have it.
تسلم.
الله يسعدك يا رب. Also, we have we are getting a call from our colleagues on the Conscience Flotilla that carries several healthcare workers, and they are connecting the internet, linking to the webinar, and we will see them live. They are in the red zone, very close to Gaza. So they have sailed already, and they are going there with humanitarian aid, medical equipment, and as soon as we get them they get connected, we will hear from them, inshallah.
So Dr. Dia is with a group of doctors in the flotilla now. They're gathering themselves, trying to connect, and they will be with us live soon. Dr. Ahmed, let's talk about the situation at the NICU until we hear from our colleagues on the flotilla.
I'm sorry, I can't find the video. So
Oh, the video in the group,
Okay.
in the group message.
Okay. You know, my friend from Yemen, who's a pulmonologist, talking about the deficiency and the lack of medication for bronchial asthma. You know, we used to have some medication like Symbicort, Seretide, Aquahaler, every bronchodilator with corticosteroid. They nowadays are lost in Gaza. You can imagine that a patient of bronchial asthma has to go to the hospital to do salbutamol nebulizer, and you don't have corticosteroid, inhaled corticosteroid to give it for him. So you give him one shot of hydrocortisone or methylprednisolone and check his hand and let him to go home. You can imagine we again come back to nearly 30 years ago when corticosteroid, inhaled corticosteroid wasn't available, and we use systemic corticosteroid to treat attack of asthma, and it is easily treated with inhaled corticosteroid and a bronchodilator in the same time, like Symbicort or Seretide or what else. This is one of the painful examples for that war and that criminal genocide against the Palestinian people. You can imagine about rheumatoid arthritis when he need methotrexate, or while he need the monoclonal antibodies. You can imagine Crohn's disease when he's waiting to receive his monthly monoclonal antibodies. You can imagine a patient with ulcerative colitis, a patient with hypothyroidism that he need L-troxine and L-troxine is not available. You can imagine the thyroid gland and the valuable of L-troxine as a medication. It's life-saving. He's always sleepy, unable to move, unable to talk, unable to do anything without L-troxine. You can imagine a pregnant woman need some medication to support her, and she doesn't find that medication. You can imagine some patient that needs something for dialysis, for hemodialysis before and after, and they don't have that medication. You can imagine that who's undergone for bone marrow transplantation and need the tacrolimus and cytotoxic treatment for acceptance that organ which they transplant and they don't have, and they are in fear of graft versus disease. This is incredible. You will find in any patient suffering. Their protocol is to make everyone is suffering. The neonate is suffering. The fetus in his womb is suffering. The child is suffering. The man is suffering. The doctor is suffering. The nurse is suffering. Everyone is suffering in Gaza. But wallahi, I swear to God, this suffering will, inshallah, change and turn over for victory as soon as possible. I swear to God that will what happen. I have a little joke for my friend. Please, they said that if the Palestinian refused Donald Trump proposed for surrender plan, the situation may become difficult. And actually, we are feeling very, very, very afraid from Mr. Donald Trump. What will happen? The Arab countries might stop supplying the Palestinian with weapons? This is the first thing that will happen. Second, Egypt could become angry and close the Rafah border crossing. This is maybe will happen if we didn't obey. Or Jordan might abandon the Palestinian cause and open a land bridge to supply Israel with goods coming from Asia. Or Turkey might stop delivering fiery speeches that shake the occupation. Trump might abandon his neutrality and possibly supply the occupation with rockets and weapons. We all afraid about that. All these factors could enable Israel to occupy the Gaza Strip and destroy hospitals, schools, and homes, starve the population, and commit massacres. What we are afraid from what? Everything from this is happening. Again, this is a kingdom and this is dominion of God, and nothing will happen in God's dominion except what He will. هذا ملك الله ولن يكون في ملك الله إلا ما أراد. Don't be afraid. We are believing in our God. We are believing in our victory as soon as possible. We will meet Dr. Nidal. We will meet Dr. Karama. We will meet Dr. Maisa, Dr. Iman, everyone here. We will inshallah meet in Jerusalem, in Al-Quds, in Nablus, in Yatta, in Gaza, as soon as possible. Inshallah Rabbil Alameen يرونه قريبا ونراه يرونه بعيدا ونراه قريبا إن شاء الله. Thank you.
Inshallah. Iman is gonna join us. She's gonna meet from Egypt. So Iman is gonna open the Rafah border for us, inshallah.
Yes, Iman always supporting us, Iman. Thank you.
And Najib is gonna open the Jordanian border for us.
Nidal,
Yes.
Nidal, we have
Thank
to.
you, Najib.
Iman and Dania will talk to us about the hill today.
Yes. I just want to just say 1 minute about the asthma patients, Dr. Ahmed. So it's not that they don't have their inhalers. That is life-saving, simple treatment that anyone else in the world that they have. Just imagine for us, the doctors here, actually the worst death in the world is death by suffocation. I don't know if any one of you ever felt like close to suffocation, how painful it is. I used to work in ICUs a lot, and the worst kinds of deaths are people who are severe COPD, in the stage COPD or asthma, who are suffocating for air and dying from this. And many times, even in the most advanced hospital, they die in front of our hands, even having all these equipments. But in Gaza, imagine that these people, it's not just that they don't have their inhalers. We know that all Gaza have been turned into dust and rubble. And dust and rubble is a strong aggravator for people of asthma and COPD. And most of these people, the lucky ones who might find something to cook or eat, they're making the fire with wood. If they are lucky and able to buy the wood, because wood is very expensive now in Gaza. Most of them are making fire, they're making their food with the plastics. They gather trash or plastic from from the rubble, and they put it on fire. And that is very, very bad for asthma patients, for COPD patients. So imagine the hardship these people are going through. They don't have the medicine. It's dust everywhere. It's fire fumes, burning nylons and plastic all over the place. And the estimation that almost 680,000 people have died in Gaza, I don't think it's going to be a very wild estimate once everything settles and we count these people. Because so many people are dying from these things, not just from the bombs, because they just don't have a sustainable or a normal lifestyle. Imagine the elderly, the sick, the frail, the vulnerable. All these people are dying from. They don't have the simple medicine that they can survive on. But yes, let's move with Iman and Dana. Thank
Dr.
you.
Dia is here. Dr. Dia is
Oh,
joined.
Dr. Dia is here.
Yes. So
Okay.
maybe we can just listen
Dr.
to them for
Dia,
a few
كيفك?
minutes from the flotilla. Get some seawater on our
Dia,
faces.
hello.
Dr. Dia? I'll text him.
I'm sure their connection is tough, but it's okay. Yeah, it's here. He's here. Dia, yeah. Do you hear us, Dia?
Gel şunu yapabilir misin Ramazan?
There are like 10 different languages. Can you hear?
We have we have the whole United Nations on the boat. Dr. Dia?
I hear Russian, I hear Spanish.
Ben genişlettim mi bunu? Ne yaptım?
Language is this?
Do they know that they're on?
Yeah.
Maybe we should test.
Let's listen to them actually. It's interesting to listen to all the languages actually. Man gets to be the one who translates all of them.
Iman, do you have slides that you will share today?
Yeah, do I just share my screen?
Yes, you just share your screen.
Okay, I can try my best.
Nereye gidiyor?
Kapat acaba.
Because like having the meeting of you guys in the morning, it was so difficult. It took me like a day. Edit a video of 2 minutes. No, yeah, like this is all for you guys. Like I don't get anything out. Like this is for you guys.
Şunu yapalım.
Şöyle çek. Acaba gelir mi?
Dia, do you hear us? Dr. Dia?
Tamam, şuraya gelmedi.
Dia, do you hear us?
Tamam.
Teşekkür ederim.
Doctors on the flotilla, do you hear us?
Flotilla, conscious flotilla.
Flotilla fighters.
I don't see them. They see me.
Not yet.
We see you, we hear you, Dr. Dia.
I will vote before I get.
All right, here you are.
Here.
There. Oh.
Salam.
Dr. Dia, do you want to remove your background? Remove the background if you can.
Wow, we have a whole group. We have a whole crew.
Can we remove his background, Maisa, remotely?
I'm trying. I'm gonna see how I can do that.
No, it's not clear.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم
وعليكم
السلام.
السلام.
يعطيكم العافية.
الله يعافيك.
يعافيك.
كيف حالكم؟ إن شاء الله تمام.
انت ضياء من وين انت؟
أنا من غزة.
واو.
وين ساكن هون في امريكا وين؟
أنا من ولاية فلوريدا. بشتغل كنت في كليفلاند كلينيك في ساوث فلوريدا وبعدين الآن بشتغل في أورلاندو فلوريدا. I'm an emergency medicine physician ومعاي زملائي الدكتور مروان عبيد he is an anesthesiologist من أمريكا عفوا من اليو كي ومعاي معتز من إيرلندا الدكتور معتز orthopedic surgeon ومعاي كمان الإخوان دكتور محمد من فرنسا Dr. Ricardo he is from Italy Dr. Veronica she is from Ireland we have also Dr. Lena she's from Germany she's an anesthesiologist and we also have member of parliament with us over here from the Turkish parliament over here Mrs. Sama do you see her
yes
yeah Mrs. Sama is a member from the Future Party in Turkey
اهلا وسهلا تشرفنا.
Dr. Dia, please remove your background so we can see all your faces, please.
I don't know how to do that.
Go on the video. Go on the video.
Nidal will tell you.
Go on the video where it says video and press and says there choose.
You have to press the upward arrow. The upward arrow next to your video.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's going to give you a whole bunch of options because I just had to do it to fix mine because I was scary. Remember? Yeah. Okay. So the upward arrow next to the video. There.
And remove blur my ground also. You just did it.
My background, yes. It does make it. No. If you go back.
I think one of the female doctors knows how to do it.
There's none. No, we're pretty bad at technology.
I already chose none.
We're in and remove.
So we have you
here.
That female doctor seems to know what she's talking
There's
about.
no remove.
Adjust the background.
Yes.
Background filter. No one. None.
Yeah. Oh.
There.
Say hi, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Hello.
Can you please, everyone, speak with their own language? We want to hear all your language, even if we don't understand it. We want to hear all the languages of the world.
Yes, yeah, we want you to talk to all of them. Go ahead, Dr. Mu'taz.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. I'm Dr. Mu'taz Jadran. I'm from Jordan. I'm a trauma and orthopedic surgeon, subspecialized in spine surgery. I've trained all of my training in Ireland. Proud to be here on the conscience with these lovely people on our way to Gaza, inshallah, to break the siege on Gaza. It's a nice mission because it's a combination of medics and media. As you know, there has a total or almost total media blackout in Gaza from neutral and international journalists. As well as near a complete blockade of medical aid and medical personnel and medical supplies to Gaza.
How far are you
honored.
from Gaza now?
Mathematic.
How far are you from Gaza now?
Well, we currently are slowed down significantly because we are waiting for the 1,000 Madeleine smaller sailboats to join us. So we are at our current speed, we're probably around 3 days from Gaza.
Do you mind if we have a daily or actually every 6 hour, maybe brief video with you guys? We can open our webinar 3-4 times every day and get updates from you.
How about we do it twice daily? Because
we are here. Just let us,
we're quiet,
send a text message and we will open a live webinar every time, anytime you want.
Yeah, for sure, Dr. Nadal. We would love to do that. we would love to do that, but there's a lot of logistics involved in that. And then, we're in
When
a
you
ship
can,
and then
when you
internet is
can.
an issue and all of that, but we're definitely going to really update you all the time. I also have Dr. Marwan over here with me.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
أهلا دكتور مروان وعليكم السلام.
As they said, my name is Marwan Ubaid. I am with dual nationality. I am from the UK, but also I come from Jordan. I am anesthesiologist and intensivist. Of course, our journey has some troubles, and there was some difficulties during, and we have been on board on this ship for 1 week now. But when you compare it to what the Palestinians and what the people are suffering in Gaza, and what we could be subjecting to, even if the Israeli forces kidnap us or whatever they do, we are still not afraid. We think that it's our obligation, it's our right to protect and try to do something for the Palestinians. And we are on the side of the right thing. We should stop this genocide. We should stop the inhumane actions by the Israelis. They are preventing water, preventing medical aid.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ubaid. We're proud.
And of course, I want to say one thing, because just a second, please.
We hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, because the mobile is ringing. This is why.
Oh, okay. Take your time.
We also depend on you because we are here on the ship and we are sailing to Gaza. We are doing one thing, but also we think that everyone can do many things. You can support us. You can tell the world also that there are people who are risking their. You can do many things to people in Gaza. Even whatever happened to us, still you have the choice to support us, do the same thing. We all have the strength and the power to do something to Gaza. And we depend on you as well.
By the way, Dr. Marwan and also Dr. Mu'taz, they've been into Gaza 2 times in 2024. We also have Dr. Veronica with us. She's from Ireland. Go ahead, Dr. Veronica.
Hello, Doctors Against Genocide. I come from Ireland. I'm a psychiatrist, and we have a massive body of healthcare workers there who support the Palestinian cause. I think this has provided the medical community globally with a great opportunity to highlight the flagrant violation of medical neutrality in this genocide. It is really unprecedented that doctors have been targeted, that they have been abducted, that they have been tortured. And we must not let this set a precedent for healthcare workers in the future. Of course, our primary concern is for the beleaguered people of Gaza. And we had a video this morning, a video meeting with colleagues from a hospital in Gaza. And it was heartbreaking, it was humbling, how they're keeping going. It is such bravery of spirit and such courage. And what we want to do is we want to inspire them with hope and courage. And we want to also break the siege if we can. And even if we can't do those things, what we want to do is we want to symbolically highlight that you cannot do this to healthcare. If we do this to healthcare, well, nobody is safe. Not even the perpetrators. No one is safe.
And we also have Ricardo from Italy. Ricardo has been to Gaza and the West Bank in the past, also since 2013. And then he's a general surgeon.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really happy and glad to speak with you tonight. I'm Ricardo. I'm 32 years old and coming from Italy. I've been also in Gaza in 2019, thanks a project where I've studied for my last semester of medicine in the Gaza Strip, and I did my thesis about the mass casualties during the March of Return. And we are here because we made a promise when we became doctors to save lives, so we cannot turn back. And this is why we are here. And we are not afraid for what will happening, because we are on the right side of the history. The Geneva Agreement said in 1954, the article number 19, that there is no any reason for which an occupying army should destroy hospitals or kills doctors. The last update from the United Nations said that more than 1,677 healthcare workers were killed during this genocide. So I would say that our mission is also to protest and to give and bring our solidarity, because no one can stop healthcare workers to go to another place where a genocide is happening, and to help people and help our colleagues, because enough is enough. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Ricardo. Before you go, please, thank you for presenting us, for being a great representation for the medical community. We are really proud of you and your colleagues. And we are really appreciative and thankful of the Italian people and their movement in the street in the last few weeks. And the minimum we can do is we want to hear your message in Italian. Say all what you said, please, in Italian. We want to hear it, whether we understand it or not. This is the least we can do to respect the people of Italy. Thank you.
It looks weird to me, but it's okay.
No, please say it. It's not weird.
Buonasera a tutte e a tutti, grazie per averci dato la possibilità di parlare. Sono estremamente contento di essere qui con voi questa sera. Mi chiamo Riccardo Corradini, ho 32 anni, vengo dall'Italia, vengo da Trento, sono un chirurgo. Siamo qua su questa barca, su questa nave che sta portando aiuti, che sta portando medicinali. Sono stato a Gaza nel 2019 per un Erasmus, dove ho studiato per 6 mesi e ho affrontato le marce del ritorno facendoci anche una tesi di laurea. Abbiamo fatto un giuramento tutti quanti quando siamo diventati medici, e questo giuramento dice che avremo protetto la vita. Non ci possiamo girare dall'altra parte. Per questo motivo noi siamo qua. Portiamo solidarietà e un aiuto concreto non solo ai nostri colleghi, ma anche una dimostrazione, un gesto reale, perché tanti dei nostri colleghi sono stati uccisi. 1677 è il numero di sanitari che sono stati uccisi. Quindi ecco, enough is enough. Thank you, everyone.
Grazie.
Ho capito tutto, grazie, signore.
Before you finish, I want to ask a question.
Of course.
If there are more doctors who want to say something,
Anyone wants to speak? We're here.
Yeah, Dr. Helena, she's from Belgium, and she's the one who actually went also to Gaza, and she organized a Zoom meeting with the director of Al-Auda. I'm sorry. Is it Al-Auda? Was it Al-Auda? Yeah, Al-Auda Hospital today. It was honestly heartbreaking, and we want to thank her for organizing that, and also want to introduce her to you guys.
Thank you so much. It's very cool to see you all. And so I'm Hannah. I'm a general practitioner from Belgium, working for Doctors for the People. It's my organization. We are primary healthcare centers and action centers for the right to health. And we have a partnership with AUDA in Gaza, where I worked in 2013. And we sailed to break the inhumane siege on Gaza, and we will get there. I'm sure we will get there, and we will honor our colleagues from Gaza, who are the best health workers in the world. I think you all agree on that, and that most of you have some direct testimonies about the incredible work they do, the creativity, the ingeniousness of their practices, and how they stand besides their people. They are the real doctors of the people. They defend the Palestinians as no one else. So we need to honor them and stand by them as good as we can. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And,
Can you say this in Belgium too?
We actually heard about your organization from Al Auda Hospital, so it's really an honor to meet you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Yeah.
We have Dr. Ahmed Al Farra here. He's from Gaza. He's listening to you guys. After you finish, I'll have him talk to you. But we want to hear from more of your colleagues. Anyone else wants to speak?
Yes, we have.
The more different languages, the better. We want to see that, we want to hear from the whole.
We have more Italian for you.
Italian,
we have
more
Stefano over
Italian.
here.
Yes. Let's shut it down. Let's shut it down.
Yeah, Stefano is an ICU nurse.
Buonasera a tutte e a tutti, sono un infermiere di Roma, ho 42 anni, come tanti altri sanitari che sono a bordo di questa nave, sentivamo l'esigenza di non scorrere più in maniera passiva le immagini del genocidio palestinese sui nostri smartphone e volevamo dare un contributo, dare un segnale politico molto forte di quella che è l'illegittimità su cui agisce il governo sionista, sull'illegittimità di far accedere sanitari e medicinali nella striscia di Gaza che possono consentire la cura dei pazienti e far aprire gli occhi e tenere accesi i riflettori su quello che è uno strumento di morte che è un genocidio programmato basandosi sulla fame, perché a Gaza sappiamo che non si muore solo di proiettili e bombe, ma si muore anche per mancanza di acqua e di cibo. Una fame ingegnerizzata, come viene definita, che noi dobbiamo far emergere in maniera tale che i nostri governanti siano costretti a prendere le contromisure e tagliare definitivamente il cordone ombelicale con quel governo sionista che è quanto di più terribile possa esserci nel nostro mondo ad oggi.
Dr.
Grazie.
Padroni, do you want to translate? Or Ricardo, one of you, Ricardo or Dr. Padroni? Translate the message.
Yeah, it's
Dr.
pretty
Padroni
difficult,
is
but
our
he was
Italian
saying that he's a nurse, an ICU nurse, and we are here to act directly for the Palestinian people, for the Palestinian health workers, because they are civilians and they are not just dying for bombings, they are not just dying for rockets and jets and snipers, whatever. They are also dying for famine. And the WHO said that there is a famine going on in Gaza and there are thousands of civilians dying and 6 months due to this mass weapon to kill most of the civilians. So there is a cynical way on doing this, and as health workers, as humans, we also want to push our governments, because especially the Italian ones also they are legitimizing, and so they are in complicity with the Israeli government in this genocide. And thanks to this mission, thanks to the conscience, thanks to the people, the doctors, the nurses, the media, the journalists that are on this boat, we want to force the public opinion in order to push governments to accuse Israel for what is real, a genocidal country.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
Yeah,
Dr.
how many people,
here-
how many doctors and healthcare workers do you have on this boat, on Conscious? How many people are you altogether?
So close to 20 healthcare workers and 50 journalists, and probably 15 of other workers in the boat.
Thank you. We are
sailed-
really proud of you for representing us, for doing things that we cannot do ourselves. You are making a good example of our mission, of our profession. And as your colleagues and as you mentioned, as doctors, as healthcare workers, we go to school to save lives, to protect lives. And there are so many ways that we can protect lives. Speaking up against the genocide, doing everything we can to stop a genocide can save more lives than staying in our hospitals and our ICUs. So we are really proud of you, of being our, our colleagues, our voice for the world, and doing this on behalf of the medical community. We cannot say enough how much we really appreciate this, and we ask God and pray for you to stay safe, to be safe, and to make it safe to Gaza. If not, at least exposing these war criminals, these genociders by itself is a mission accomplished. And thank you. Any more of your colleagues want to speak? We are all listening.
Anybody wants to come? Oh, Mohammed. Mohammed, he is from France. Mohammed.
Okay,
Go
speak
ahead.
French then.
He wants you to speak in French.
Yes.
Yeah, Mohammed.
Hello
Mix
everybody.
it Arabic and French.
Voilà, je viens de France, je suis médecin urgentiste et vasculaire à Strasbourg. Voilà, donc comme tous mes collègues de tous les pays du monde, je suis vraiment très heureux d'être là dans cette flottille pour casser ce blocus, casser cet embargo qui n'a que trop duré. Nous n'avons vu que trop d'horreurs et on espère véritablement pouvoir arriver à rentrer dans Gaza et à pouvoir apporter notre aide, qu'elle soit d'ailleurs matérielle, celle que nous avons avec nous dans le bateau, mais également humaine, parce que nous sommes quand même de très nombreux personnels de santé et nous pouvons véritablement apporter la différence, parce que le besoin est grand malheureusement au sein de la bande de Gaza. Merci. Merci en tout cas pour votre soutien à vous qui êtes là, qui nous soutenez, qui nous encouragez et qui nous motivez à poursuivre dans ce chemin-là et on ne reculera pas. Merci.
Can you say it in Arabic, please? We want to now understand.
He doesn't speak very well. Can you speak
Okay.
speak in Arabic? How do you speak in Arabic?
نعم يعني أنا كما قلت يعني أنا طبيب متخصص في الطوارئ والأمراض الشرايين في فرنسا من سراسبورغ فأنا مع أصدقائي وأحبائي نحن في هذه السفينة متوجهين إلى غزة وندعو الله سبحانه وتعالى أن نصل إلى غزة بكل الأغراض الذي جبنا معنا ولكن كذلك مع إحنا كلنا الحمد لله أطباء وممرضات التي يعني غزة تحتاجنا يعني مع الأسف كثير من المستشفيات هدمت من الأطباء والممرضات قتلوا فنحن إن شاء الله نصل إلى غزة ونعين أهل غزة ونعين أهل فلسطين إن شاء الله بإذن الله تعالى.
So Dr. Muhammad from France, he's a trauma and emergency surgeon. Again, he is part of the conscious flotilla boat. Proud representatives of the medical community. He is also saying that as doctors and healthcare workers, it is our obligation to speak up, stand up, to go and help the people of Gaza, the victims of Gaza. This is the least we can do, and the least we can do us here is to thank Dr. Muhammad and his colleagues for being this brave and doing all this sacrifice to expose the genocide and try everything they can, despite all the risk, to make it to Gaza to help the people who need our help most. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you, everyone. Who else wants
Thank
to
you very
speak?
much.
I want to ask one question.
تفضل دكتور مروان.
My question as organization. Your organization
Yes.
to stop genocide. What are you doing for us to understand more actions other than charity actions to affect the international law or to put a pressure on the government of the USA to stop this genocide? Because this is very important.
Yes.
And as doctors all over the United States, you can affect and you can have your say.
I agree. So thank you for the question. We are like you. We are new to this. We are a new organization, a small organization, but we are trying everything we can. We did everything actually under the sun except the flotilla, because the founders of this organizations are also Palestinians, and we stayed away from the flotilla because we know that once they catch you there, you are banned from going to Palestine for life or for at least 10 years. Our families are still in Palestine, in the West Bank. That's why we ourselves stayed away from the flotilla. but we support your work 100%. We are doing advocacy. We are doing advocacy. We are going to DC. We are speaking to our elected officials, to their staffers. We are educating them about the situation in Gaza. We go there every month, sometimes twice a month, and we meet with Congress representatives, senators, their staffers. We try to educate them about the famine, about the children who are being killed, about the hospitals, the destruction of healthcare. We are also holding weekly webinar with our colleagues from Gaza. The doctors from Gaza, one of them is Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra, he's here with us. We try to hear from our people in Gaza every week, and we hold this meeting to hear from them and to send their truth to the rest of the world. The attack on the healthcare, the amount of destruction, the attack, targeting of healthcare workers, the doctors, the nurses, the deprivation of medical supply, the injured, civilians, children, women, men, elderly. We want them to lead us into this. That's why we highlight the voices of the people in Gaza, healthcare workers in particular. And we participate in every way. We do seminars, we do lectures, we go to protests, we go to meetings. We are doing everything we can. But unfortunately, like everywhere else, maybe even worse in the United States, the suppression is very violent. The Zionist empire has a stronghold in the United States. Many of our colleagues have been fired from their jobs, from the hospital. Many of them have been forced not to speak up. And when you speak up, you get all kind of punishment. But despite all of this, we are trying our best to speak up, to raise the awareness, to raise, make more people know about this, try to recruit more doctors, more healthcare workers to join us. 2 years ago, it started two of us, me and Dr. Krama. Now we're proud to say that we have almost more than 25 supporters in the United States and all over the world. 25,000 supporters in the United States and all over the world. We are not just limited to the United States. We have many supporters in Canada, in Europe, in the Middle East, in Australia, and we are trying to build a movement. We are trying to build a movement in the healthcare industry that doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, their job does not stop at the bedside. It is part of our job, our profession, to speak up on behalf of the victims, on behalf of the patients, on behalf of the vulnerable communities wherever they are, in Gaza, in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Sudan, in Congo, wherever there is injustice, wherever there is oppression, wherever there is occupation, wherever there is targeting of the vulnerable and the weak, wherever there is deprivation of healthcare to any human being in the world. We, the doctors, the healthcare workers, should be at the forefront to defend them. And at one point they said, doctors are the lawyers of the poor and the weak. Jesus also said, I am for the weak. And we, the doctors, should be an example of this. And we are trying to mobilize our colleagues and give them this language, concept of medicine, that medicine is not just medications and surgeries and sutures and anesthesia and beds. Medicine is also preventing wars, preventing genocides, solving conflicts peacefully before they become violent, before they start to claim thousands and thousands of lives. Because once there is a war, once the war starts, once the genocide starts, we already lost it. We already lost so many lives. And we're trying to come up with a new definition of genocide. We call it the medical definition. The medical definition of genocide is not like the legal definition, which usually comes 10 years after the victims have been lost, 10 years after the genocide has finished. It takes so long, so much time to come to the rescue. It's always good for historical books, but not good for the victims. We, as doctors who care about preserving every single life, the medical definition focuses more on the impact, on preventing the killing before it happens. We call it a genocide from day one. We were the first organization in the world to call it a genocide. We called this a genocide August 2023, 2 months before October 7, because we saw it coming. At Doctors Against Genocide, we studied history of genocide, the precursors of genocide. We saw the genocide coming. It was already starting in the West Bank, and we were the first organization and group in the world to call this a genocide. We notified the United Nations. We notified the Albanese about this. And we told them this is not just an occupation. There is a genocide coming. And unfortunately, nobody listened. But that's why we need to build a movement and mobilize all the medical community all the world to become very forceful, very effective, to pressure the politicians to stop these things from day one. And the doctors should be the ones
I agree with you, Dr. Nadal. To piggyback on what you said, I went to Gaza in 2024, and then I saw the atrocities that have been inflicted on our brothers and sisters over there. I saw the genocide happening in front of our eyes, as you all know. And I also was scheduled to go in May of 2025, but unfortunately it didn't happen because the border was destroyed by and then was captured or was confiscated by the Israelis. And then I had an opportunity to go to Gaza, and as a matter of fact, October 15th. And I had a chance to go to the flotilla prior to that, which is where I'm at right now. I realized that the impact that we're doing as doctors is we're putting a Band-Aid on the wound, and instead of solving the root of the problem. And like what you mentioned, the prevention is the essence of medicine. And that's what we're trying to do over here. And
we alone cannot do it. That's why we want you to join us.
I agree.
You alone cannot do it. We want to join you. We want every healthcare worker in the world to be part of this movement. The politicians have failed the children. They have failed the humanity. It is up to the healthcare workers to take the lead on this. Thank you.
That is 100% true.
Thank you, Dr. Nadal, for saying that you the first people or organization to say this is genocide. This is good. So we want people to show strength, not weakness. We'd like doctors all over the world, especially in the United States, to keep it up and stay steady and not and showing very strong solidarity and all these oppression and the organizations, the lobby, the Jewish lobby, you can say, if they should see some weakness, they will, of course, you will never win. This is what I say. So it's very important. We show solidarity, we show strength, so we keep it up.
Dr. Nadal, our mission is the same. We're doing the same exact thing, and then we are actually in line with each other. And then our meeting over here with you is to collaborate with you and also to show our solidarity with you and with our people in Gaza. Today we had a meeting with Al-Auda Hospital, and it was really heartbreaking to see what they're going through.
Which doctor
they mentioned to us.
Which doctor did you meet with as Al-Auda?
Well, we met with the director Muhammad and Jihan, and they're both they told us amazing stories. They told us that there's only one surgeon over there who's doing pretty much all of the surgeries. They don't have a CT scan. They don't have anything. They have been taking the nurses have been taking rotations to ambo bag the patients because they don't have mechanical ventilators. They have no medications whatsoever for pandemics or epidemics that are they've been inflicted on them, hepatitis or the scabies, head lice, all of that. It's simple skin conditions that we usually have in the United States and in other countries. It is really sad what they're going through and the burnout that they have been going through. And that's why we have this boat. And in the minute, Huwaida Arraf, when I contacted her about the flotilla, and she mentioned to me that it's designed for the healthcare workers and also for journalists, I said, this is the kind of mission that we need to have. There's something that will show the world that they need to act, and we need to act together. There's nothing called silence anymore. Silence is killing the people over there. Unfortunately, the unwillingness to do anything, or the fear that the people have is killing these children. We're here to show solidarity to our brothers and sisters who are the healthcare workers, the backbone of the society in Gaza. We tell them that we are with you, we love you, and then we actually, we think about you every day. When I was in Gaza for 2 weeks, I was completely burned out by the second week. I remember myself sleeping for an entire day after continuous mass casualties, and then I was just drained. So imagine them working for 2 years under this kind of oppression and occupation and destruction, and the threatening that they get from the IDF on their phone calls. And then it's just mind blowing. I have nothing except admiration, and also nothing except telling them that it was an honor of my life to work side by side with people like them, with doctors who are just the best doctors, the most moral doctors in the world, the most compassionate. It was truly an honor to be with them.
Yes, thank you. I think the people of Gaza and Palestine are the heroes of the world. They are the best of the best, and especially the doctors, the healthcare workers who have been sacrificing everything, sacrificing their lives, their comfort, their families, and refusing to betray or abandon their patients. And we have so many examples of them who got killed while refusing to abandon, their patients, or got abducted. Many of them, more than 300, are still being abducted and tortured by the criminal Israeli gangs. We have more than 1,500 healthcare workers got killed. We know that more than 90% of the hospitals and the healthcare system have been destroyed. And it's only because of the steadfastness and resilience of the people, doctors, healthcare in Gaza, that every time they demolish or they bomb a hospital or a healthcare facility, they try to rebuild it. We know they're trying to survive despite all of the difficulties. Every time we talk to them, I did not get the opportunity to go to Gaza, but every time we talk to them, these people, as you said, I don't know how they do it, but 730 days into a genocide, working nonstop, having to face 4 or 5 mass casualties every day, nonstop, day in and day out. These are the teachers of, they should be the teachers of the world. And many of our colleagues who go there actually are telling us we don't go there to teach them what to do stuff. No, we're learning from them, because the doctor, as an example, a doctor who's running the emergency room at a Shiva hospital is a doctor who just graduated general surgery 2 years ago. And he's leading the response to mass casualties, 4 or 5 of them. Each one of them is about 100 or 200 injuries, more efficiently than all the trauma teams in the most advanced hospitals in the world. These people have been battle tested. They have been tried themselves. The experience that they have is more than anything we can read in textbooks. But despite all of this, this does not mean that because they're strong, because they're smart, because they're brave, because they're resilient, because they insist on their humanity and on their soul of their mission to protect the victims, this does not mean that we can leave them alone or should leave them alone. We should, as you said, do everything in our power to help them, to expose these crimes, to put an end to this genocide. And none of us alone can do it. We are really proud of you as our representatives, of our community, the healthcare community. And each one of us, as your colleagues said, each one of us can do something in your town, in your hospital, in your clinic, with your neighbors, with the flotilla, with a lecture, with a webinar, with exposing these crimes to the media, sending aid. Unfortunately, the pro-genocide lobby, the pro-genocide system is very strong, is very powerful. They have been building this pro-genocide because the genocide has been going on for 100 years, for a century. And it is a very strong and powerful system that is taking a chokehold on the major powers of the world, especially the United States and Europe. And for us, we are all new to this, but we still have the skill and the power to do it better than anyone else. And if it can be done, we will do it. We just need time. We need to mobilize more. We need to educate more people, and we need to dismantle these anti-life, anti-humanity structures that are only, profiting from wars, from mass murder, from killing, from ethnic cleansing. And it is we, the people of conscience, whoever we are, regardless of our color, religion, nationality, specialty, we, the people of good conscience all over the world, we need to wake up. We need to end these systems that are exploiting all of us, and create a better world for everyone. And we are really proud that the healthcare community is trying to take the lead on this, because that is the proper position for the doctors, the healthcare community, because they should be the defenders of life, of humanity, of justice, everywhere. We're really proud of you. Allah yahmikum. May Allah protect you. You're just a shining example on our profession. Please stay in touch. We are ready to meet with you. We are ready to put you live any time of the day you want. We want to stay in touch with you guys. We know that things get a little bit more risky as the time goes on, but we are here for you. Tell us anything we can do to help you, to support you. And inshallah, with your lead, with your example now, you will encourage more and more from the medical community to join the flotilla and join other ways to break the siege, to end the genocide, and dismantle the criminal state, the genocidal state called Israel, and dismantle the empire in the United States, in the West, that is profiting from genocide and profiting from exploiting the poor and the weak all
Inshallah,
over.
we're very hopeful that we actually are going to enter Gaza. So we're extremely hopeful. So hopefully we make it this week.
Inshallah, you'll be the first boat that breaks the siege and make it
Oh my
into
God!
Gaza.
Oh my
That
God!
will be
If
the
that
best.
happens, I'm gonna put you live while we're there.
Inshallah, yes, we're here. Please, Dia, you have text us anytime, okay?
Inshallah,
And thank you, everyone.
inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Thank you very much.
guys, speak all your color, all your languages,
yeah.
all your languages. We want the criminals to know that the whole world is against them. The whole world is against the criminals, with all our languages, all our tongues, colors, religions, faith, nationalities. The whole world is against the criminals. The whole world is on the side of the children of Gaza, the women of Gaza, the men of Gaza, justice. They are the victims, not the criminals, the genocidal regimes. Thank you.
Dr. Dia and everyone.
Thank
you so much. You asked us what we do here, and right after you, Dr. Iman Husni and Dania Khaled will give us a presentation on what we do every week, every month when we go to the Senate and the Congress of the United States. And we go as a group of medical professionals. We give the elected officials educational information about what is happening in Gaza, what is happening, what does genocide mean to the health system. And we advocate for ceasefire, for ending support for Israel, for ending the weapon transfer to Israel. And that's something that we have been building over the past 2 years, and we will continue to do that. Feel free to stay with us. I know you will probably have a million things to do on the boat. God bless you, and Allah yahmikum.
Inshallah, inshallah, we will, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Please educate us on your experience, so we are ready. When we go there, we know what to expect. We want more of us to come and join the boats and the flotillas. So tell us what's the schedule, how to prepare, what you need to do, so we can make it bigger and stronger and more impactful every time.
Of course, inshallah. Next time I'll bring Huwaida with me as well, so that she can share. Huwaida has been she's the co-founder of the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, and mashallah, she's an amazing woman. She's a great, Palestinian advocate, and man, she's relentless. I mean, she's unbelievable, and she's somebody that you will be so proud of her as a Palestinian and as a human being. Advocating for the weak and the vulnerable, and then definitely I will come and I will talk to you guys almost every week. And I've been trying to honestly do this, but I've been so busy so that we can mobilize this and then go also with a flotilla. But trust me, you will see me inshallah a lot. And
Yeah,
then,
we want to
Doctor,
hear we want to hear from you every day. And Huwaida is my neighbor. She's Jarti. She reached out to me. The first one, we need to make the medical flotilla. I told her myself.
هويدا عظام الرقبة.
Yeah.
Oh.
I told her, because I'm in Michigan. I told her myself, I'm scared. I don't want to go. I told her I'm scared myself. I will not go because they will not allow me to visit my family in the West Bank. But I'll spread the word. And
yeah, no,
have
I
been
am
helping her, yeah.
honestly, I'm risking with the same thing. I'm risking, like I said, like Palma have reached out to me, and then I was supposed to go mid-October. But like I said, you know what? If I go, I'm gonna risk it. But the impact that we're doing in preventing this genocide is way more than the band-aid we're doing and the help we're giving to Gaza. Unfortunately, there's nothing to really work on. Like, when I was there in April, the CT scan in the European hospital was glitchy. One day is functional, one day is not functional. Had to depend on ultrasound in the middle of mass casualties. It's just insane, and now it's getting a lot worse. So we're really I don't know if even Dr. Mataz want to share this story about the Al Auda hospital have been being innovative about creating an external fixator because they don't have all of the parts for it.
Can we have another meeting with you guys tomorrow, maybe around this time?
Yes, of course, inshallah, for
tomorrow,
sure.
inshallah, we'll hear more from you guys.
Yes.
And the whole meeting will be focused on your experience in Gaza and on the boat. But we're going to hear from Dr. Iman and Dr. Dania because we are going to DC to the Hill on this Wednesday. Hill or Hell, I think it's both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Knesset.
Okay.
I call it the Knesset. I went there,
Yeah.
and I was like, Israeli flags everywhere. Like, Allah, I felt like it's the Knesset. There's
I
no.
know. Yeah, we go there every month, but every time we go, we want to hear from Iman and Dania because they are more experienced. They're gonna train
They're
us
more
to do,
experienced
what to
because
do, who to meet, what to say, and every time we go, we update our demands and depending on what's the situation. And also, we try to meet different staffers and try to. I mean, we are making a difference, but it's very slow because, as you said, the Zionist lobby is very strong there, and
Yes, of course.
even when a group of us or 5 of us or 10 of us go and meet them, there's 1,000 people from the other side who are doing this, and they're throwing billions and billions or millions of dollars. So it is an uphill battle, but we will not give up because
Inshallah,
the children need us. تفضل Iman.
Akid. Thank you, Dr. Ayman. And if you go there, please say hello to Rashida, our sister Rashida, and tell her the flotilla says hello.
Dr. Dia, who is your representative? Are you in Orlando, you said, or who's your representative?
Well, it was Mike Waltz, but then he became the Homeland Security, and then he got kicked out. But I think right now it's this Davis or something Davis. I can't remember really.
Okay, but it's Orlando.
I honestly, I'm not active in that part because when I went there and I saw how the Zionists are so powerful there, not trying to be negative at all. No, we should actually pursue that. But I felt that the pressure should go in a different direction for me.
But before you go, when we go on Tuesday, if we manage to have a Zoom meeting with your representative, would you be available to talk to them from the flotilla on Wednesday?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Okay, we will figure out who's your representatives and we'll try maybe to have a Zoom meeting. If not with the representatives themselves, with their staffers to tell them that one of your constituents, a doctor, he's there now on the flotilla, and hopefully maybe by then you'll be on the shores of Gaza, and your constituent, the doctor, Dia, is demanding this and this and this of you, from you, you know, as
1000%. I'm down. Like, so tomorrow, if you guys are ready, or whenever you want, I'll communicate with you on WhatsApp, and then please let me know when.
خلاص. We're proud of you, Dia. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Hussam,
so much.
everyone.
Thank you so much, Dia.
تصبح على
Yes.
خير. مع
وانت من
السلامة.
أهله.
مع السلامة. يا هلا. مع السلامة.
Okay, I can try to share the slide. Let me see if I can do this correctly or not.
You're doing it.
Okay, where's the part that says, wait, if I click that, I think, there's something that gives me an option for slides. Let's see. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Looks good. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Present. Okay.
You can make it as a slide. Yeah, perfect. Yes, present.
Okay, awesome. All right, so
finally.
there you go, everybody.
Wow. Our backs.
I just want to say, wow, what a way to end today's webinar. Just gave so much hope to see such beautiful souls on this flotilla. So inshallah, we'll be making lots of dua and trying to connect with, hopefully with Dr. Diaz, representative. But what Danny and I are just going to do real quick, if I'm doing this correctly, is we're just going to talk to you a little bit about what we do at the Hill. We've been doing this for almost 2 years now. And believe me, we're not, and we're still not experts at this. We're all volunteers. So I don't want anybody to use that as a reason not to come with us. This has been, somebody said this today, it's an intense learning curve, and it truly is an intense learning curve. But we're here for you guys, you know, and so what we do is we've been really depending upon other people who've been doing this for a really long time. We've learned a lot from Code Pink. Like at the beginning when we were going, we had to learn from other groups. I know that I got some coaching through the Arab Defamation League that when I had made an appointment with my senator. Every Tuesday, Danny and I get onto a call with the Ceasefire Coalition. These are folks that this is their job. And so they're very familiar with how the government runs. And so what we do is, based on what we hear from our colleagues on Sundays on the webinars, because these are the folks that are really most important. It's the people on the ground that we are really trying to uplift their desires and their hopes, and so we take that, and then when we listen to this call on Tuesday, we figure out what legislation connects with those things, and we get an idea of like who to target for those meetings. And so if it's your first time, literally, like, we will have a schedule, we will put you on a team, we will assign a team leader who has experience with going to the Hill. And then we give you information on all of the different folks that we're going to see. And sometimes it's the actual congressperson, and sometimes it's their staff members. But you don't have to feel like you have any experience. It's just really helpful to have more folks with us going to the Hill so that they really see it's not just a handful of us, but there are people from all over the country and the world who are interested in ending this genocide. And so, as Karama had mentioned, you know, these are some of the things that we've worked on, you know, that we've demanded: a complete and permanent ceasefire, unhindered flow of aid to be distributed specifically by NGOs like the UNRWA and not the GHF. Tony's been with us. He was with us the last time, and he's going to be with us again, inshallah, on Wednesday. And it's really impactful to hear directly from him. And so we're really trying to help share his voice with the offices. Suspension of the transfer of all weapons to Israel, adherence to medical neutrality, and the protection and release of our healthcare colleagues like Dr. Abu Sufayya, Dr. Marwan and his daughter, who was just taken, and so on and so forth. And we're also going to be trying to uplift the folks who've been taken off of the flotilla and now our colleagues on the Conscious. You know, as frustrating as it can be going to the Hill, we feel like we are holding these elected officials accountable. They can't say they didn't know. And that's something I remember Tony said last time we went. He said, I'm taking names. So like literally like they can't say they didn't know. And we typically try to go from a healthcare perspective. We're not going in there to argue politics with people, but it really is to, you know, share what is going on the ground, because sometimes they don't know. They're not necessarily like we always say we live in a little bubble, like the things that are on our social media and the people that we're interacting with, it's in our face all the time. But you would be surprised too at many of the staffers that thank us for coming. You know, we've become very identifiable. We're wearing our white coats that say Doctors Against Genocide on our backpacks, and they know who we are. And like I said, you know, it's really important for them to be held accountable. I'm gonna let Dania talk about the 2 House resolutions that we're going to be talking about, and a little bit about camaraderie. And as she's talking about camaraderie, I'm just going to flash through some slides. Dania, are you
Hey
still there?
everyone. Yeah, I'm still here. My internet's like a little unstable. It says if I'm on the flotilla. So if I cut out a little bit, it's just my internet. So yeah, so in terms of the House resolutions that are on the table right now, we have the HR 473, which is to let in humanitarian aid. As of now, the U.S. is not letting in any humanitarian aid, and that's been tabled so far. It has not been brought to the floor for a vote. And then the second House resolution we're focusing on is the HR 3565, and that's the Block the Bombs. As of Friday, we have 55 Democratic co-sponsors on it. We need more, and I think a lot of that happens. It has to be pressure that comes on a local level. And I think at this point, I mean, I know we're in the midst of ceasefire negotiations, but we, you know, a lot of us that have been involved in this work understand that Israel has to be forced to stop, and the only way we can do that is to withhold any weapons. In terms of the camaraderie, I'm going to talk about that a little bit. I think it's really important for us to have a presence on the Hill. I remember one staffer said that we're not working as hard as AIPAC, and I'll never forget that. And because they're kind of infiltrated in all these spaces, like I remember one staffer said that there's an AIPAC representative that works at a local hospital, and they do a lot of work with the DC representative. So in terms of just having that kind of presence and showing up in numbers and showing them that this is an issue that's important to all Americans. I also think it's one of those things, like in terms of, I know activism can come in all different shapes and sizes, but I think, you know, I think with policy advocacy, I do think it's the most important one. It's the most important thing. And unfortunately, with policy change, it moves much slower than public opinion. Like public opinion tends to move faster. And I think us just being on the Hill, and there's a lot of thought into scheduling these meetings. Like Iman said, there's like intel collected, being on meetings, you know, following all of these representatives, finding out what they're saying, finding out what they're tweeting. And something I also am very proud of that we've been implementing that I find has made the process so much more smoother is we put together something that we call a master sheet. And what it does is it lays out the schedule, and it also kind of puts, it kind of outlines like what House resolutions they've sponsored and what letters they've signed onto. And in that, what we do is we find like the most recent tweet or the most recent social media post, just to kind of get an idea of what, you know, where they are on this issue. And this is all laid out for anybody attending the Hill. We make the document available the night before. That way they can have them. We noticed on previous visits, we were kind of scrambling in front of the office door trying to figure out like, okay, like where does this person stand on the issue? So by putting together this master sheet, it has made the process smoother. We kind of go in there very task oriented, like, okay, you signed on to 473. how about you sign on to block the bombs? And we explained to them why the block the bombs is actually way more essential than the 473. So I'm personally very proud of that. I feel like it has made our experience together so much more smoother. And in terms of just being together, like I said, we're in the literal belly of the beast, being in DC. And it's a space, and I'm proud to say that I've seen our Daxters be so much more comfortable in this space. Like I remember, I don't know, Danny Ritchie, if you're on this call, shout out to you. But last meeting we were in, I remember a staffer asked if we had visited Gaza, and it was almost like, well, if you haven't been there. And Danny Ritchie kind of let her know, like, as a healthcare worker, like, you don't need to be there on the ground to know how severe and dire the situation is. We can advocate for them being in the country that is supplying these weapons and causing this misery for the Palestinians. So shout out to all the Daxters that have had to develop this confidence over time, because I know it's not easy. It's not a space that's that we initially felt like we belonged in. And there was a lot of, timid feelings. And I feel like now we kind of go in there and we're like, no, we need you to do more. I feel like we provide them with like some kind of action step to take before the end of the visit. And just kind of seeing that growth among our members has been such a beautiful thing. So I encourage you all to join us on Wednesday. It really is it's a powerful experience to be together. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if you have not signed up yet, please sign up. And we typically meet at 9 in the morning at Union Station on Wednesday. And then, our first meeting's at 10. So if you can let us know if you're coming, because it helps us to make teams and prep ahead of time. And that way you have the information that you need. So thanks.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dania and Iman. Long awaited talk by you. And I think we're going to clip it and put it on the website and put it on social media, because it's very important. It's very motivational. You guys have done amazing work on the Hill. And you, Iman, Dania, Roxana, and many more, everyone who comes to the Hill, we month after month, I think we all became like the best friends of the medical community. We truly love each other and we lean on each other, and it has been an incredible act of solidarity and act of how we as a medical community can also advocate for life and against genocide. So proud of you, love you both, you're amazing.
And don't forget that we meet for a dinner the night before and the day of. That's also an extra time for us to get together, know each other, prepare together, and connect, bond more, and reflect on our visits.
I was going to say too, people come from all over. We have folks that travel from California. We have folks like Alice who leaves like at 11 p.m. the night before from New York and arrives the next day in the morning, and then she leaves that same night. I know Dania drives in from New York in the morning and leaves that same night. So if you think you don't have time, these folks are making the time. They are traveling, in the evening, they're taking trains, they're taking buses, they're taking planes. So please join us.
Yep. Thank you, Iman and Dania. We're proud of both of you. Now we have our hero, Dr. Sui. Are you back from Lebanon or still in Lebanon? Unmute, Dr. Sui.
Yeah. Oh,
Are you still in Lebanon or you're back?
No, I'm back, but then I've been to Ireland as well.
Alhamdulillah, salami.
But I'm back in UK now, and it's so good to be with you all. I tell you, I was tired, okay? And I also met with the BMA, British Medical Association, because they cancelled my meeting with the medical students last April. So usually I don't take action against people who cancel me or silence me, I just accept it. But this round became too much, because why can't I talk to medical students?
They were scared from you?
No, it's 300 medical student leaders from 300 deaneries in the UK. They have decided, they have brought up enough courage to ask me to talk to them about Gaza. And so the BMA administration found out and cancelled me, saying that long time ago I watched a video by the Ku Klux Klan and all that kind of thing.
Wow.
Yeah, something like that. It's a big smear campaign. I've been cancelled so many times. So since I came back from Ireland, I'm actually on a high, because meeting people in Beirut, you know, going to the martyrs' grave, seeing the grave of Kanafani and all these other people, you know, people, generations of martyrs, you know, which has contributed to the Palestinian struggle, so that Palestine is always there, you know, Palestine is never wiped off, okay? And also going to the US Embassy with all the signatures you collected for the letter to Trump, and then to Ireland, where they decided to walk a distance, the length of Gaza, to raise money for MAP. So coming back, we met with them and made a big fuss. So one thing is quite good. They have agreed that they will put pressure on the World Medical Association to tell the Israeli Medical Association to change their behavior. There are many sub-regulations and things. And our question to them is, what if the Israeli Medical Association says, no, we will not change? Then I think the British Medical Association has agreed that they will pull out of the World Medical Association. So that's not bad. And then the other resolution is that we want them to actually acknowledge that criticizing the action of the state of Israel is not anti-Semitic. So that at the resolution is passed 900 to 200 other things, and then protect our doctors and health workers from being victimized on campus. Same thing. So it's very good. But then I miss you all. I really miss you all. And today is a great treat, you know, although I came in late, just in time to hear about Congo.
We miss you more.
I really miss you all so much, you know, and you know, but it's so wonderful to meet up with Palestinians in Lebanon, you know, because they suffered a lot, and the Lebanese too, and their actual strong support for Palestine, no matter what happened.
So, Dr. Sui, they keep threatening us whenever we speak for Gaza. They say, if you don't like it, you can go to Gaza. How about we all move and go and live in Gaza, all of us? All the DAG team and their supporters, we need to go and move and live in Gaza or Lebanon or somewhere.
Yeah, but before that, we got to make sure that Gaza and Lebanon is liberated. Okay.
Yes.
That is our job. They are doing it from Gaza, but we are doing it from our country. Because without the support of people like Keir Starmer, Trump, and all that, you know, Gaza will be free now. Palestine will be free, you know, but it's because of them that we are in the state we are. So we just have to. And if they tell you that and say, why don't you go back to Ireland? You know, all these people of Ireland say, I've got Irish ancestry, and so why don't you go back? Or you can go back to Israel, you know. And also, you see, I also learned a lot because you know, the Irish were very generous. They keep giving us money to go and support our projects in Palestine. So I was talking about the man-made famine in Gaza. And then stupidly I say, you know, it's different from natural disaster, you know, like, and I almost say potato famine. Then it quickly corrected me. It said the potato famine is actually a man-made famine because of the corn laws. The British exported all the corn, so that the Irish are starving. So, and I'm sorry, I keep sending you all the stuff that I got wherever I go, but it is, and also about this thing about capturing space in our healthcare system. We, as a state healthcare, what we call national healthcare, has bought Palantine. Can you imagine that the spyware? So we're going to fight against that as well. So we are becoming an Israeli occupied health service. So
yeah, it's happening everywhere.
Yeah, it is. But we'll fight them because this has been happening for many years. But we are actually beginning to fight them. It happened without us knowing. It happened before our younger people were born, and we didn't even know. Now it's exposed. And at least we know where to fight and what to fight.
And we were not prepared. We were not organized. So that is the time to prepare, to organize, to mobilize the people, the good people. So these criminals cannot keep doing these crimes and go unaccountable.
Yeah.
We hold them accountable once. If we demolish these systems that profit from murder and from killing, hopefully we will create a better world for all of us.
I think we have to. Otherwise, the future generations will find it even harder. Yeah. So we got to begin. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sui. We're proud of you. Thank you.
I'm so happy to see you all. Yeah.
Thank you.
And also the flotilla people. 2018, I was on the flotilla. There were only 2 ships going, the Auda and the Freedom. And both of us were captured. And there was no publicity. There's complete blank. But now the whole world is speaking up. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. So we have Quram. Quram, are you there? Quram? Imad? Imad, are you there?
No.
Yes, Imad. Ya hala, ya hala.
I'm here, sorry.
These two,
Salam.
they only show up together. Either they come together or disappear together. I don't know what
Long lost brothers.
Two guys.
Wallahi,
Imad.
I don't have much to add. Today was powerful. I was in and out. I've been watching the kids all day today, but alhamdulillah, I was able to connect with the flotilla myself, and it was beautiful. Thank you for doing everything, and I'm just always happy to be part of this group, and yeah, I'm just proud of all of you too. Thank you.
Proud of you. Thank you again for the conference, Imad. We need another one.
Yeah, we do. We need an interim one.
Hello, you Quram, work on it with
I said we need an interim conference in between, like a 2.5 version or something.
Yes.
When so I can keep my dates.
And we need Dr. Eng to come as well.
Yeah. Got to give me advance notice, otherwise I'll be somewhere else.
This flotilla, if the Dr. Flotilla makes it into Gaza and there's a ceasefire, our next conference is going to be in Gaza, December. Get ready, guys.
Inshallah.
November, December. We need a conference in Gaza. Inshallah.
Yeah. Wow, I can go. Yeah.
Yes. Hello, Quram. What do you have? Any reflections, Quram?
No, nothing much to add, honestly. Alhamdulillah, it was one of the best webinars, from top to bottom. Thankfully we had the flotilla, which was amazing to hear from. That was a surprise, a beautiful surprise to have. So alhamdulillah.
It is.
Yeah.
And we have
nothing else to add other than miss every one of you guys. That's about it.
Are you coming to DC this?
No, not inshallah. I won't be able to. I'll be there the week after. So if you guys stay, then maybe we can do a double visit.
Oh, okay. So we have 3 troublemakers from DAG who just joined again.
Yeah.
Danny and David.
Inshallah, I'll be there in November though.
Okay, November, inshallah. So Danny, go ahead, Danny. We missed you today.
You mean that last week or when?
No, today, all day.
In general, we miss you in general.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been on. I did come late also, but I wanted to add, and I actually had my hand raised. I went to raise my hand and it said lower hand. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you were in the audience, so we brought you up.
Yes, but I wanted to add powerful presentation, Danya, and Iman. But I think a lot of times, one of the reasons that I ended up thinking that I gravitated and grabbed onto DAG was because of the work that you're doing on the Hill. When you're a policy wonk, you're just like, look, people talking to legislators, I'm there. So, but what happens is that most people, there's so much gaslighting There's so much apathy, convincing people that they have no power, that people think that they don't think that they have a place to be on the Hill. So it seems so intimidating. And so I always like tell people, it's your house. Whose house? I'll do this, thing. Whose house? Your house. Your house. Because when you understand that it's your house, you have an obligation to go there and tell them, stop this. This is our money, and you need to stop it, and you need to represent us. And even the Rumpster, he's like trying to be all Mr. Powerful, but he's representing us, and we didn't ask for what he's doing. It has nothing to do with what we've asked for. So he needs to be doing our work, our bidding, not his bidding. Anyway, oh goodness.
Yes.
Yeah. That's great thinking.
Always good to see you.
So just so I always say, whose house?
Our house.
Our house.
Our house, right.
We
Our
have
house.
the right.
We belong
We
here.
have the right and the duty. We have the right and the duty to be there and tell them to do our bidding.
We
It's
have the
not
right, and
their
it is
house.
our right and our obligation. And we and then when we do that, it starts making it so mystical, right? And it demystifies, and it starts to understand we have it, that it's our place to actually be there. And I could just keep saying that over and over again, because I think that's when I saw that you guys were going on the Hill, and I joined a meeting. Hey, you know what? I try so much not to be followed on the internet, but somehow I got an email from you guys.
We
The
sucked you
algorithm
in.
found me.
We sucked you in.
And I was
Dr. Ritchie, your video was so powerful. I shared it to so many friends and colleagues. They all loved it. Honestly, it was beautiful.
Thank you.
Another thing I wanted to add for having Dr. Kadir on today too on the panel, plus having Dr. Lara at the conference as well too. What I realized even from Dr. Lara's video, I shared that to a bunch of people, in my field, and sometimes it becomes hard to kind of articulate what the message that they're trying to reflect upon, and that I noticed such a big difference in the responses I got after people were able to watch both Lara's video and even one of the Substack that Dr. Kadir put out. It was the reflection that I found out afterwards was honestly beautiful. I didn't expect for it to happen, right away. But I'm so glad we're able to give a bigger platform so more and more people can be able to listen to these voices aside from us, who obviously we already know what is happening and what has been happening, and we're obviously in the thick of it by being in this group and everything that we've seen. But for those colleagues that aren't necessarily privy to it, or they try to avoid a lot of this, being able to give them that clip of those videos, it's been powerful, honestly.
So yeah, actually, you're adding more obligation to us. It is, I think,
Right.
our obligation to raise awareness, to educate
Yes.
people who are ignorant. I mean, many
Yes.
people are not with us, not in the movement, not doing thing, or apathetic, not because they are bad people. Many of them actually
Right.
either
Don't know.
they don't
Yeah.
know better, or they have no skill in this, or they never had participated in these things. So educating them, giving them the language, the skill, the opportunity, the community to be part of this. This is actually part of our obligation. So, and this is how you build, you build movements, because of course there are a few lost causes. They know it all, and it works against their interests, and they are profiting from this system, from genocide, from capitalism, all these things. Those people you're not going to be able to convince, but it's the majority of the people who either don't know, or they don't have the skill, or they don't have the sense of community to encourage them to, or push them, give them this extra last step to jump in and speak up. It's really heartwarming when we feel you added one more voice to the movement. I don't know if David agree or not. I mean, we have too many psychiatrists here. What happened?
Sure,
David,
I agree. Yeah, totally. And
good to see you, David. I haven't seen you for a while, so it's always good to see you.
yeah. Since Labor Day weekend and the People's Conference.
Oh.
Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, I really loved and was moved by what Tony Aguilar said today earlier. You know, when he said we should believe them, take them at their word. You know, that they want to see Palestine and Palestinians gone, and so that they can have it all. We should believe them and not be lulled at all by talk of a ceasefire. And so he said it, I thought, powerfully and succinctly, and you know, it you know, it moved me, and I think we all should take heed from that. You know, it's you know, no, this is nowhere close to ending or even moving significantly, I think, in a direction that we need to see and are working for. So I think we just have to redouble our efforts. You know, it's a little maybe more hopeful than less hopeful, but I don't think we should make too much of it, and we should, you know, we have to work very hard. And you know, and we have to increase numbers. You know what he said about if there are enough of us, they can't arrest us all. That kind of thinking, I think it's so important. You know, we just need to keep at it, and I hope we have a really good turnout for this Wednesday.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Thank you, David. Thank you for joining, and inshallah we'll have more people. And thank you for reminding us of this point. I have to admit that I'm usually naive, despite being burned by this over and over again. I don't know, we are exhausted or naive, or we just believe these people.
Both.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, just we are tired, and we're really looking for any, you know, glimmer of hope that the people
Right.
there will get some relief. But we should not fall into their, you know, lies or traps. And we know that they're going to try to do everything they can
Right.
to mess these things up and continue their original program of elimination, annihilation, ethnic cleansing, and they want it all. I mean, that's their goal. It's not about Hamas, it's not about the hostages, it's not about this, it's about they want it all for themselves. And then after that, once they're done with the Palestinians, they move to the Lebanese, to the Jordanians, to the maybe Europeans, maybe the Americans at one point. So I mean, it's the same. I think genocidal mentality is the same.
It is.
Nazis did started with one group, then keeps going and going and going. And we, the people, I mean, actually, the majority of people, the normal people, they don't have this pathological thinking. When we trust people, we're honest, we trust, you know, that, okay, I mean, why would you do this? I mean, why would you be so greedy? Why don't you just stop at this point? Okay, you wanted this, maybe you can stop.
Yeah.
One point
We can share this land.
yeah, at one point you should feel like maybe we can share, or maybe you just had enough. But these psychopaths, these are mentally, I mean, they are pathological. So there is no end to their greed, to their you know, sick ambitions, until they are stopped by we the people. So thank you, David. This is very important point. Please
Well, you know,
remind me.
I think Tony Aguilar, you know, he said it so clearly, and you know, it was so obvious to me as he was saying it that he was completely right. And you know, and I think when you say, you know, are we fatigued or are we naive? I think we're both.
Yeah.
And I think you're right that you know, because we don't think that way, we believe what people say. So when they say, you know, when Trump says, even though he lies, you know, he lies all the time. But you know, we still want to believe that maybe he means it this time when he says, you know, you need to stop bombing. We believe that, we want to believe it, that he's really saying it, and that maybe they're really going to do it. But the fact that they didn't do it and aren't doing it, and they're still bombing, that's, you know, shows us that you know, we shouldn't be fooled. We have to be clear-eyed about this. This is a big plan. You know, it's been a plan of 78 years and 50, however many since 1967, 58 years. It's been the plan all along. They're not about to stop, and so we have to just pound ahead.
Thank you. Keep reminding us of this every time, please. Every time you keep reminding us, because I admit that I'm naive when it comes to this, or I always want to believe that there's some goodness in people, but
right.
And there is goodness in people, but these are pathological.
Yeah, but
Danny has her hand up. Danny.
Danny. Oh, Danny is the psychiatrist. Oh, let the psychiatrist.
No, I'm a
No,
family
no.
doctor. I'm an all around.
That's
I'm
Claire.
the preventionist here.
Oh,
Okay.
preventionist. Okay,
I'm the
okay.
preventionist. Okay. So I just, in speaking of, I came up with wanting to promote the socio-political theory of necropolitics again. I think it was mentioned during the conference, but I want to remind us, I think it goes along with white supremacy, but necropolitics, it examines how social and political, I'm going to just reading the definition, social and political power is used to determine who may live and who must die, often creating conditions where certain populations exist in a state of living death.
Wow.
Yes, let's
evil.
I can, we need to put that front and forward more, because it is exactly what we're seeing and is what Israel is doing, but with our and all of Europe's acquiescence, and even many of the Arab world, right? So let's understand that it is the determining who lives, who deserves to live, who's deserving to live. And if they're not deserving to live, let's create a living hell for you.
Wow. It's horrible.
It's horrible.
Judge, jury, and executioner.
It's horrible.
I'm sorry, guys, but that's what's going on. And so we should name it.
Yeah.
And claim it. And I mean, not us claiming it, but those who are doing it, call them on it.
Yeah.
And our politicians who are sitting back and have sat back because they believe that nobody, only they have the power. Okay, I'm whining. I hate when I get that tone of voice. I'm gonna shut up.
That was great. That was great.
No, it's very true. And it's actually, this is a description of the reality we live in. It's, the migrants can be deported to El Salvador, and who cares, who the hell cares about what happens to them? People are getting kidnapped in front of their children, and the children are left in cars and no one picks them. People in Congo, Gaza, in Sudan, in Tigray, everywhere. It's just a massive
Even here, I've been
scale.
watching it all. I've been watching it all week here in Chicago as well. Even they've been kidnapping people in front of their families. They shot dead a father who was dropping his son off to elementary school just a couple weeks ago here.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, it's crazy.
I
It's 5 hours and 8 minutes.
Who's
I
this
just put it in the chat in case people
Who's this
have it.
Arusa, guys? Do you know someone called Arusa, a doctor here with us? What does she do?
Arusa, where are you? I saw her. I saw her image
Is
here
she
somewhere.
infiltrating the chat or Arusa?
Has given up.
She's ignoring us. Okay, we'll go with the soldier now until Arusa comes back. Hello?
The soldier.
Yeah.
Yes, you mean me.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, who's the soldier?
Okay. All right. Few things. Dag will be running, shuffling, walking in the Gaza UNRWA 5K for Gaza in Brooklyn on the 12th, Sunday. So, we had a fundraising page, but also come on out, hang out with your Dagsters. So we'll see you Sunday morning to support UNRWA on October 12th for their run for Gaza. So 5K.
From what time to what time is it, Maribeth?
It's too early for you.
Yeah, I know.
No.
Thank you so much.
It's I think it starts at 8-ish, but again, like it's a loose last year, very loose timeline. Get there around 8. Maybe we'll start around 9. We dabka at the end. It's a good morning.
Maybe you can share live on the webinar next week if it's Sunday. So the end of it, we want to hear from you
Oh,
live.
mumkin. I don't know. We will see.
Huh?
Inshallah.
Okay.
And then I don't know who does Danny Ritchie's lighting. Is she not a vision? Look at her.
Oh,
She's
stop.
beautiful. Like everybody else is like all blurry in and out. I'm battling the sun, and Danny Ritchie could be the poster for DAG. And then also kept meaning to discuss since conference the idea of sleep deprivation as torture and the ongoing sleep deprivation of the people of Gaza, but also pretty much any Spanish-speaking person in the United States who looks the type, they can't sleep at night because they don't know when their houses are going to get raided. How long have they been now enduring this torture from the American Gestapo of ICE? Like, wow. We are allowing torture of our citizens in front of us every single day. So we fight it. We fight it. I'm sorry. There's no way I can end. I don't know.
Boom, stop.
That is more than enough.
The end. Drop it.
Arusa? Arusa?
Arusa does not have a microphone.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, she's on the computer. Okay.
عماد أبو عرب عيب عليك.
هلا عم طلب الأولاد. سامعين.
Okay, guys, it's been what? 5 hours, 12 minutes.
It's getting longer and longer, but it's great.
Three more. We need
Longer
three
and
minutes.
longer.
We need 3 more minutes. I want to say 5:15. So, Dr. Sui, you have 3 minutes, please. End this webinar for us.
I think this is the most fantastic webinar of the whole series I've been attending. And it is good. I don't know. We feel that we can't change the world, but we change ourselves. And once we change ourselves, then we'll change the world. Correct?
Yep. Oh, that's powerful. Danny?
Yeah.
Whose house?
Our
house.
Our house.
Our
Actually,
house.
oh, you know, Danny.
Our house, our family,
let's
our
make a
people.
chant of this. We can sing it there on the hill. Is it hell or hell? I don't know.
Hell is better.
My English is
Hell
good
is better.
sometimes when I don't know how
No,
to.
this hill, our house, our people, and our future.
Yes.
Let's create a chant. Whose house? It's our house, and we say it there. Every office we go to, we need to tell them that this is our house, and we are here in our house, and these are our demands. Yes.
It's
Yeah,
our
and we're not going
demands,
anywhere.
and stop spending our money, spend it on us and our needs, and not on killing people, not on necropolitics, not on necropolitics.
Dana, do we know how many people are registered so far, or do you have any idea how many people are coming?
I think we're looking at like 10 people so far.
Yeah,
I'm not coming this time, but I
but I heard you're sending a friend, right? You're sending somebody to fill in for you?
I'm hoping somebody's coming, and then I will be there definitely on the 19th.
Yeah.
Oh, guys,
I feel like we have a big group. I feel like everybody's showing up in November. So I mean, that gives us time to kind of like really like be as impactful as ever. A lot of people have been saying they're gonna be there for the November Hill Day.
Danny, are you coming the night before and staying in, or driving this time?
The same day.
The same. Oh, you're back. I thought you promised. You swear you will never drive in and out the same day.
Well, because the last 2 times it was like the worst like rainstorm ever, and it just added like a whole hour and a half to my commute. So,
guys, it is going to be the second. It's going to be the second year also on the 8th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an important one.
Well, Dr. Nidal said something really powerful the other day during a virtual meeting we had. He said the best way to honor the victims of October 7th is to stop shipping weapons to Israel.
Yeah.
So
Oh, maybe we need to add this to our talking points.
did you forget you said that?
And embargo on trade.
Who's
on
Dr. Bell?
arms.
I don't know. I'm having dementia, Daniel.
I think other people take note of the things Dr.
Yeah,
Nadal
you know, sometimes
says,
like,
right?
sometimes you guys say some brilliant things and I just like jot it down in my
Liberation is good medicine.
Yeah, for your information, we had 500 people arrested yesterday.
Wow, yes,
Oh,
it's
wow.
terrible. It's terrible what's happening in the UK. It's just embarrassing, embarrassing.
500.
Did
Yeah.
you see in
For
Italy?
just holding the
Italy?
sign of Palestine Action, supporting Palestine Action?
Yeah.
You
Oh,
say
wow.
that Italy had
Elderly
1 million people. Italy had 1 million people demonstrating.
Yes.
They stopped sending weapons. Italy stopped sending weapons.
Yeah, it's breathtaking.
Like Italy has a fascist, prime minister.
They have a fascist
Germany
government,
has
but they
been
stopped.
has the worst, political position ever. And despite all of this, they are allowing millions and millions of people to protest and even shut down and do,
People, Italy went after the
but
economy.
Britain,
That's why.
the
The
one who
money.
said they're democratic,
It was the money.
they're arresting people. What's that?
They,
I said
they
the-
didn't
the
allow, they
Italian people-
failed to stop.
They stopped
failed to stop.
working.
Yeah.
The money is everything. And so the Italian people said,
right,
we will shut down the government, the whole life, just stop sending weapons. And you have to do that because the economy collapsed in one day.
But what is it about us, like Americans, that we can't mobilize the way they do in Europe? Like I'm always like losing sleep over that. Like what is it? Is it that like we're just so numb to like this American exceptionalism, this
Hyper
just
individual
like
society,
it's
just out of sight,
apathetic,
out of
right?
mind.
Yeah, I think it's
apathetic.
it's multifactorial. I think it's
Yeah.
one of
Yeah,
it
it's
is that
definitely
it's
multifactorial.
individual, but also like it's such a big place that you can collapse one city, but no one's going to care about that city if they live in a different city,
That's
right?
a good point. Yeah.
Whereas like I think we're just such a massive place
Yeah.
that there's
You're a
I mean
continent,
California alone is the fourth biggest economy in the world, right? Or fifth
Yeah.
So like that, I mean, so I think that's part of it, but I also think that it's like Karam said, it's such individual society that like
the other thing is, I mean, America, as you said, the American exception, but also America is far away, far away. American felt like they are the world on their own. Most Americans actually have never left the United States. They don't know anything.
Yes.
They barely
And they
left
feel
their
like
like
the world,
neighborhood, so many
they
of
feel
them.
that the world ends at the shores of California or, DC. There is no other world. Plus, in Europe, I mean, it's close. They feel they are part of the world as a people. Forget about the government, but as a people, they are. And they know, like anything that happens in the Middle East or in Africa, they are gonna get them as refugees. I mean, if anything bad happens in Africa, the refugees will be at their doorstep, next month. In Syria, it is the same thing. In Palestine, so there's a lot of historical, interaction with the rest of the world. The United States is, I mean, for the better of the worse, it's they feel like they are, surrounded by oceans. They are protected. They're an exception. They're so powerful. They're so smart. I mean, they don't think for a second that the only reason America is wealthy and rich and their, standard of living is better than anything else in the world is because they are sucking the blood out of everywhere else in the world. Otherwise, the American people will not, have all this, living standard and all this money, all this powerful economy, if it's not for the rest of the world. And unfortunately, they say that the world is not grateful for the assistance that the United States sends here and there, the pennies that they send here and there, while in reality, the Americans are the ones who are not grateful to how much they owe everything they have to the rest of the world. Because the economy of the world is all dependent on them, on their dollar, on their system, stuff like that. Otherwise, believe me, they will be working for 10 cents an hour like anywhere else in the world. So they're not better, they're not smarter, they're not more brilliant, more genius than anyone else.
So we
Any
should get
child in Africa, any child in China, any child in
we
Mexico, any
need
child
to
in
get
Gaza can
we
do
need to
as
get California to shut it down if it's
Yeah.
the fourth largest economy. It's the
Yes.
only
The
state we
People's
just have
Republic
that
of
state.
California. Yeah.
Yeah, get it to shut it down.
That's Mary's job. Mary should tell us what to do, how to
She's
do it.
in Philly. I don't think she has any California influence.
No,
Maybe.
no. I mean, I was gonna go on a a rant about how 1 out of 10 people in the United States claim Irish ancestry, but of the predominant group of those is going to be people who look like me, but they totally forget what happened. Why are you here in the first place?
Right.
Because your grandparents were being starved to death, but then you sell your soul for proximity to whiteness and join the police forces of the United States of the burgeoning cities at that time, which is why you see so many Irish last names in like New York, Philly, Boston police, because please give me some whiteness, give me some privilege, and just make sure I'm above that black guy, right? Because that's how we did it, the Irish in America. And so now we don't want to fight for anybody else. We got to get back to that.
One last question for Mary and Danny. Where are your sunglasses and where did you buy them from?
Yeah.
I don't know.
These fancy sunglasses that makes you
Anya,
feel like you're a
that was the
superstar.
best picture in the world. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
please. You need to buy
So
some
funny.
someday.
So it's so funny, but we were in very unfriendly territory in New York City. We were in the Diamond District, and if you guys know about the Diamond District,
Oh yeah.
let's just say,
Yeah.
you know, people were giving us very dirty stares and
Oh.
saying things under our breath. Men were, you know, just giving, you know, just saying just some not nice things, and yeah. So
You can talk. You can talk.
I'm gonna make you host and leave.
Why? We're
I
not
have
in a hurry. We still have a whole hour to go. Come on. Don't leave.
because I have responsibilities.
Oh, you have a family. You have a life.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, right.
Right.
Okay.
Your host now.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye, 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 bye.
So again, since the October 7th, the memory of October 7th, the commemoration is coming up, we're gonna hear this a lot, guys. Wherever we are, whether in DC or in the streets and protests, they will say, oh, October 7th memory. Tell them that if you really care about the people, the victims of October 7th, if you care about the memory of the October 7th victims, if you respect their memory, you should stop killing more children in their name. Stop killing more people in their name. If you really care about their memory, if you want to really commemorate them in the best way possible, the most respectful way possible, it should not be by adding and spilling more blood in their name or in their defense, because you are actually desecrating the memory of the victims of October 7 if you do that and you continue to support that. So this is an answer that we should be using more often whenever we get this, because in the coming week or two we're gonna hear this.
We will get challenged. Yeah.
Because if I respect someone, I mean, if I really want to honor someone, I want their name, their memory, their their commemoration to be kind of unique and just and honorable, and I don't want to be associated with rivers of children blood being spilled, in their name. So, but anyway, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We are trying. We have to try more. And remember what Danny, David said, don't be fooled. We cannot let our guard down. Not because we are bad people, not because we are looking for trouble, not because we are exhausted, but because they are bad people. They have bad intentions. So
Don't trust them.
we're not going to be fooled this time, because they are psychopaths. They are sick people. We are good people. We'd rather not do anything. We would rather be listening to music all day long instead of wasting it, on this or sing or dabki. But I mean, if the good people leave it to them, they're going to destroy the world. So some of us have, unfortunately, to be on the guard and try their best to stop the criminals.
We have an obligation.
Obligation, yes. Thank you.
All right. Bye,
Thank you,
guys.
everyone. See you
Bye,
next week.
guys.
Hello, see you on Wednesday. Yalla, salam.
Bye. All the best.
Thank you.
Awesome.